I've just completed 2.5 months and over 200 hours of extensive multi-factor comparison testing of all the popular battery cells on the market today that are used in battery packs for Surrons and E-Motos, electric motorcycles, e-bikes, eSkate, EUC, other high-performance PEVs, and even those nasty and fun little electric go-karts. Over 31 cells were tested, and I didn't just test everything for the usual internal resistance and capacity and to generate drain curves like you've seen in other places, etc. But I devised simulations of real-world scenarios, and I put those results in real terms that are easy to understand. I even went through 3 different testers during the testing process, and I sourced cells from all over the world and had to wait months to receive some of the cells. Which, by the way, all cells, all test equipment here, I paid for out of my own pocket. There's no sponsorship of this video. This test is unbiased as I did all this to answer one simple question. Is the brand new Molicel P50B, which is featured in the ridiculously fast McMurtry Spurling Pure hypercar seen here, the new king of the hill? Or is the Molicel P50B an overpriced pretender? Well, watch this video to find out. Well, and also to answer the questions, how do all these other cells perform compared to each other and for the price? That first thing just sounded more dramatic. Okay, so why did this test take so long? Why was it 2.5 months and over 200 hours? Well, for a couple of reasons. First of all, it kept expanding as I realized new tests were needed to be done to show real-world scenarios, how these batteries operated in real-life situations for electric motorcycles, e-motos, etc. Plus, I got and tested multiple samples of many of the cells to check consistency and to check for fakes. And each cell capacity test took 10 to 12 hours each. I need to back up a step though and explain this testing actually began to find if there were any fake or counterfeit cells being sold in Ukraine. This is very critical for our military if a certain spec battery is needed for drones and instead they receive fake low power cells. I noticed that some battery sellers in the country here were selling batteries that seem to be priced too low for what they are, seem to be priced significantly lower than the market. So I tested a bunch of different cells looking for fakes, and during that testing I actually did find 2 fake Molicel P50B cells being sold here. There's going to be a separate video about the fake cells and what I did about that and how I found that out. I reported about the fake cells to some news organizations here, and so far nobody has replied to my inquiries. As I was doing those tests, I realized that the testing should be expanded to compare all the popular cells that are currently on the market for PEVs, for Surron E-Motos and electric vehicles. And during the period of testing, during the course of the testing, which I started at the beginning of summer 2024, and now we're in early autumn 2024, during that period, 3 new cells came out during the period of testing. So I had to wait over 1 month to receive my Molicel P50B. Those are just barely starting to come on the market now. And I waited over a month to get cells from Encon in Netherlands and 1 new cell that's coming from the US. So to me, this video is worth it, was worth the work and worth the wait because it has really interesting and relevant information. Yes, you can look all day at Mooch's charts. Mooch, by the way, is the godfather of battery testing. I owe a lot of this work and my interest and my results here to Mooch's testing because he's like I said, the godfather of battery testing, and he's done a ton of work on it. You can look at Mooch's charts all day long and glean a lot of this information. But if you're like me, your eyes glaze over after a long time of looking at curves on the chart. Plus, I've never seen anybody do a direct comparison of cells like this with real-world scenarios aimed at E-Moto and PEV use. You might say, I'm not building a battery pack. Why should I care about what cells are in it? I buy from a manufacturer that I like, and I trust my manufacturer to choose the right cells for use in that battery pack. Well, that's a totally valid point of view. I understand that many people don't want to undertake or have the time or think it's safe to build a big complicated battery pack. I totally get it. But even if you're not building a battery pack, you're much better off being informed about the performance of all these different cells so you can make a wise purchasing decision and you'll be able to call out BS or inflated fake specs when you see it. So this information will be valid for anyone that's looking at buying a battery pack or building a battery for PEV, E-Moto, electric motorcycles, or others. Also, I need to mention that I'm doing this test and these examples mainly from the point of view of Surron and E-Moto battery packs. The reason is that's currently what I'm focusing on. I've been building battery packs now almost 10 years. I'm an e-bike enthusiast, e-skate, e-scooter, e-motorcycle, anything fast. It's overpowered, I like. So I've been building battery packs for a long time, but I'm currently focused and will continue, I believe, to be focused on the E-Moto and Surron field. So these tests obviously are going to apply to any type of electric vehicle. The Surron and E-Moto packs that we work with mainly are 72 or 80 volts, 20S or 22S, although some now are using 24 and even 30S, and usually 9, 10, or 11 parallel. Space is a big limitation, obviously, inside the frame in these bikes. But the thing is, these results, like I said, they're equally valid, equally important if you're looking at battery packs for an electric motorcycle, for example, for an e-bike, for an e-skate, for an e-scooter, for an EUC. Okay, the next thing to talk about is 5 assumptions and 5 sort of biases and preconceived notions I had going into this testing and why. Here is the video that I explained that. Some assumptions I had going into this test. I'm filming this actually when the test is done, but this clip I'm going to put at the beginning because I had some biases, some assumptions going into it that were very much proven wrong. So I want to explain what my biases were and what the actual results showed. Assumption, or I should say bias I had, number 1 was that Samsung 50S, this guy here, my assumption was the 50S is hot garbage for Surron, for E-Moto, for any high draw application. Why did I think that? Several reasons. First of all, mainly based on Mush's testing. I'll show the graphs here, but the 50S, based on Mush's testing, has way too much voltage drop for high amp draw, way too much temperature increase. It's not a high amp cell. It performs okay at lower amps, but high amps it completely falls apart. And there's been false advertising by a lot of e-bike e-moto makers and e-bike e-moto battery manufacturers saying that the 50S is a high performance cell when it obviously, based on Mush's testing, is not. So my assumption was that I was gonna do the testing and confirm that the 50S doesn't belong anywhere near a Surron or other high amp draw application. But guess what? You'll see in the test here, that assumption is completely wrong. Under certain conditions, the 50S actually works fine. Okay, my second assumption, my second bias kind of going into this, is about this baby, the 40T, my beloved 40T. Why did I have a bias towards it? Well, because from my research that I did a year ago, autumn of 2023, the 40T appeared to be a great high output cell. I was really, for my Surron pack and my e-bike pack, I was considering that, or this guy, the 42A, P42A Molicel. But my assumption was, because the 40T was designed from the beginning to be a high output cell, that it was going to do better. Is that moving? It was going to do better, significantly better than the 50S. For voltage drop, for temp, increase, all that stuff. That this is your high capacity battery, this is your high power battery. So I assume that the 40T is a great high power cell designed for high amp draw. Like I said, going to perform better than the 50S. And guess what? Very, very wrong. You'll see from this video, from the testing, that was proved to be completely false. 40T does not perform for high amp draw significantly better than the 50S. In fact, well, I won't give it away. You have to watch the video to see. But to say I was surprised and disappointed is an understatement. But this is giving you the honest results. This test is not sponsored by anybody. I paid for all these cells with my own money. I paid for the testing gear with my own money. Spent hundreds of hours of my time doing this test. So nobody sponsored, there's no bias. So the 40T, not so good as I thought. My third assumption that I had going to this test was that the P45B was going to be the best overall performer. I'm not even, for now, considering the P50B. It's ridiculously expensive. It's crazy priced. You'll see at the end when I talk about the P50B, the pricing now is just absolutely nuts. Totally not worth it for the performance. So my assumption, P45B overall best performer, ding, ding, ding. Yes, it is. And you'll see why from the testing. So I was right on that one. And my last assumption was that, and that's the 45B, by the way, that guy. My last assumption is that the P50B, which is currently right now undergoing its last testing. There it is right there. This is getting the capacity test done on it. My assumption was that the 50B was going to be a huge breakthrough in performance, much, improved over the 45B, that it would be clearly way far at the top with significantly better performance for the main things like voltage drop, temperature increase, capacity, internal resistance, obviously, than the P45B. And without giving away everything, you have to watch at the end the P50B section, but guess what? Very wrong on that one too. So 4 assumptions I had going into this test. Out of the 4, 3 of them turned out to be wrong. So, but that's why doing this actual real world testing is important. I've seen nowhere anybody do this kind of a comparison, very thorough, very detailed comparison test of these cells. Especially looking at them for high performance PEV use. Surron, E-Moto, eSkate, high performance e-bike, even the EUC people. This test, I think, is really going to be helpful for you. And I just realized from the results that we're seeing from these Lishens, now I got to confirm it with more cells to test, but so far I need to add one more to my assumptions, my preconceived notions. My assumption that I just had in my mind, and that's why I wasn't even going to test these at first, is that these super cheap Lishen cells, the kind that you see in the super cheap $600 Amherst Surron packs, yes, you can actually get a 72 volt Surron pack from Amherst for $600, which is incredibly, ridiculously cheap. My assumption was that because they're so cheap, they had to be total crap, right? I mean, how could something that cheap not be? So far, we'll confirm it with more testing, but so far, that assumption is wrong too, because they appear to be performing not bad at all. So out of my 5 preconceived notions going into this test, 4 of them turned out to be wrong. How about that? During the period of this testing, during doing all these tests, I found out some really interesting things that I didn't know before, and I have not seen anyone else really discuss before. So I consider them 3 industry secrets, and 3 industry secrets I'm going to reveal and kind of debunk these myths here. The first one is voltage drop. This is kind of the industry's dirty little secret, and here's my video regarding voltage drop. Okay, I'm going to talk as briefly as possible about the industry's biggest dirty little secret, and that's voltage drop. How to go over this? Well, to say briefly, the thing is, battery packs for e-bikes, e-motos, Surrons, all that, battery packs and bikes, they're sold on specsmanship, right? They're sold on specs, and the main spec that everybody looks at is power. That's the most important thing. What everybody wants to know about is how much power does it have. So we need to talk about spec power versus real power, and that's where voltage drop comes in, which not many people are willing to talk about. Let's go back to the basic formula, which you should remember and have absolutely memorized by heart, which is that volts times amps equals watts. So whenever one or the other of these goes down, watts goes down too. Okay, so in an ideal world, in a theoretical world, or I should say in an advertising world, a bike or battery pack power is going to equal volts times amps equals watts without any voltage drop. So let's give an example here. For example, you've got a 72 volt bike, 72 volt E-Moto, let's say, that has a 20S, which is 72 volt, 8 parallel battery pack that's using Samsung 50S cells. By the way, this just happens to be the battery configuration for the new Telaria MX5, using that as an example. So here's your bike, 20S 8P battery pack. What's the advertised power of that? How do you know what the advertised, well, you know what the advertised power, how do you know what the real power is? Well, in an ideal world, your theoretical power, your theoretical spec that you can give is the pack fully charged at 84 volts. That's 4.2 volts for cell, right? You're fully charged, it's 84 volts. Now, if you're speccing the amps, the cells, I should say, based on 25 amp load per cell, which is what the 50S is rated for continuous, which I'm going to show in the testing isn't realistic, then your power spec is going to be 84 volts times 200 amps, 25 times 8. So you can say this bike has a peak power of 16,800 watts. If you're taking 30 amps for the amp spec for the battery, then you're at 240 amps. So you can say 84 volts times 240 amps. So your bike actually has 20,160 watts, which brings up the other big question, which I discuss a lot in this test, is what amps to rate that battery pack at? What's the right amp? Continuous, peak? There's no worldwide definition for what you can say peak is, because the higher amp load you have, the higher the temp goes up. For example, on the 50S, when you have 25 or 30 or even 25 continuous load on those cells, the temperature goes up like crazy. I'm going to show in my testing. You can see 70 or even 80 degrees Celsius. So anyway, so let's say that the manufacturer of this bike or this battery pack is using 30 amps as their specification for their batteries. Okay, so they say our bike has 84 volts times 240 amps, 20,160 watts. But, and this is the big but about voltage drop, the thing is, as soon as you hit that cell, which you've seen on my testing here, or I should say you will see on my testing here, as soon as you hit that cell with a huge load, whether that be 20 amps, 25, 35 amps, etc., the voltage drops significantly, and it's instant. It's within a few seconds that you can see huge voltage drop. Temperature increase happens over time. You don't see a big temperature increase in the first minute or couple minutes. That takes a little time. Voltage drop happens instantly. And like I said, in my testing, you're going to see that perfectly. Voltage drop at every load that you might think of, and for every cell here. So it's great information. So the thing is, you're never going to see this theoretical maximum of 84 volts again on our example of a 72 volt pack. You're never going to see in real world that theoretical fully charged maximum of 84 volts, because the voltage drop, as soon as you hit it with a load, which is could be your whole shot in motocross or your start in a drag race start, as soon as you hit it with that load, the voltage drop can be significant, and I'm talking a lot. You can go down to below 3.6 volts, which is nominal voltage. That's 50% immediately within a few seconds. So 3.5 volt sag on a 72 volt pack, 3.6 volts sagging to, that's 12 volts of voltage drop, 84 volts down to 72 volts. So you can have immediately 12 volts or more of voltage drop. So it's really a significant factor, and it affects your power. Going back to that formula, right? So let's go back to this example of a 20S 8P pack with a 50S. The actual real world, and by the way, that's these guys over here, which you're going to see extensive testing of, they actually do quite well under certain controlled circumstances. You have to use them the right way. Anyway, back to the example. So the real voltage drop I show in my testing of the 50S is at 30 amps is 3.57 volts after only 5 seconds. So here's, I'll make a nicer chart obviously, but let's go here. The 50S 30 amps is the yellow highlighted, so the 50S results are here. So the 50S under 30 amps did an immediate, and by immediate I mean after 5 seconds, voltage drop to 357. So the real voltage of the 50S once you hit it with that load is 3.57 volts. So now we can, knowing that, we can measure the real maximum power of this battery pack. So it's 3.57 volts times 20S. So your actual voltage is 71.4 volts. As soon as you hit it with that 30 amp load, you have dropped down to 71.4 volts, or less than 50%. Times, again, 30 amps times 8, 240 amps. So your real world maximum power output with voltage drop is 17,136 watts, not 20,160. So pretty significant difference, almost 3 kilowatts less, taking into account voltage drop. But of course, this is not mentioned, in specifications. Now, let's just finish up and talk about it a little more. All battery makers, all E-Moto sellers, scooter sellers, EUC, they're all guilty to more or less a degree of specsmanship, of using highest, an optimal voltage, a theoretical voltage without voltage drop, of using an amp rating where the cell, if it runs a long time, is going to overheat. So almost everybody in this field, unfortunately, is guilty of, to more or less of an extent, of some specsmanship. But the thing is, after my testing, now that you know the actual voltage drop of every cell, from this detailed testing I did, you can know when to call out BS and when they're giving specs that are unrealistic. Voltage drop really must be considered for real world results. Now, I have a personal example of this where it actually applies to me, and I'll talk about here my bike that I built, my Surron that I built over the past winter, designed to be kind of a beast, really high performance, and I call it, 29 kilowatt E-Moto beast. Now the thing is, of course, I built a lot of e-bikes. I've had e-bikes for 10 years, high performance e-bikes, scooters, all that. So I knew about voltage drop, of course. Pretty much everybody knows about it, or at least is aware of it, before building this 29 kilowatt beast. And I'll show some video of it, or pictures here. But the thing is, I think like most of us, I didn't know really how to quantify it, how to really quantify it, or know how it is going to apply in different circumstances, how it's going to apply with different batteries, different situations, different loads. I knew it existed, but didn't really know how to quantify it, or how much it really affected my power. Just a little bit of experiential evidence. For example, when riding the Surron and under heavy load, I would see on the display sometimes 6 volts or even up to 9 volts of voltage drop. So I knew that I was having some voltage drop, but I didn't really have an idea how much or how to calculate it. But now, with the results of all my testing here, now we can calculate the real maximum power of any battery pack or any bike, because we know what the voltage drop is from my testing under all these different loads, under different situations, and after different amounts of time. So going back to my quote-unquote 29 kilowatt beast, which it pains me to say, but it's not, in real world, it's not that. So we can calculate the real power of my bike. My pack on my Surron is 22S9P. It's an 80 volt pack with Samsung 40Ts, which unfortunately, I won't give it away in here, but I was disappointed with the test. You'll see in the test. By the way, the limiting factor, the maximum power that your bike or your E-Moto, anything can handle, it's equal to the lowest of the battery pack, the motor, or the controller. So your max power, remember, it's limited by whatever the lowest of these three can handle. So if your controller can only handle 4 kilowatts, that's your limiting factor. If your motor, like a stock Surron motor, can only handle 12 without overheating, that's your limiting factor. But in most cases, for most people, the battery almost always is the limiting factor. That's almost always what limits your power. 22S9P with Samsung 40Ts, the motor controller can handle the power okay. Ideally, and the way I calculated my bike's sort of, quote-unquote advertised power, we've got 4.2 volts times 22S, so my bike is 92.4 volts fully charged, okay? And that's your spec in an ideal world. Ideal world power spec is going to be that fully charged voltage, 92.4, times the maximum amps in my pack. Now the 40T can handle 35 amps max, and that's what I have the BMS set to max, times 9 parallel. So my pack maximum can do 315 amps. So again, multiplying that 92.4 fully charged times 315, that's where I got 29 kilowatts, 29,106 watts. But we know now from the testing, and you'll see here, the 40T actually has huge sag, huge voltage drop. I was very disappointed to see it. At 35 amps, the 40T has immediate voltage drop, and I say immediate, I mean after 5 seconds, like in a whole shot, down to 3.44 volts. That is crazy. That is less than 50%, less than nominal voltage after 5 seconds hitting it with 35 amps. So very bad, very significant voltage drop on the 40T. So my actual voltage during a whole shot, during this launch, is not 4.2, it's 3.44 volts because I'm hitting it with that 35 amp load times 22. So my actual voltage on a fully charged pack on a whole shot is 75.68 volts. And look at that, it's 16, almost 17 volts of voltage drop. It's just crazy, absolutely crazy. I never imagined that my 40T cells would have so much voltage drop, you know, after testing, that my pack would have so much voltage drop. So what's my real power then? Well, we know that the voltage is going to sag to 75.68 based on my test. By the way, here is 40T. This is what what the voltage dropped to under 35 amps immediately, 3.44 volts, and after 3 minutes, 3.08. So here's your 40T, 3.44, 42A had 355, P45B had 365, 363, 50S had 343, and P50B had 364. Okay, so in the Lishen, well, you'll see it in the Lishen section. That did really well. So my real voltage, as soon as I do the whole shot, 75.68 times 315 amps. My real power, my real peak power, 23,839 watts. Actually less than 24 kilowatts. So to advertise my bike truthfully, to change the title of my video, which I don't want to do, is I can't call it a 29 kilowatt beast monster anymore. It's actually a 24 kilowatt, in reality, 24 kilowatt beast with voltage drop. Now, interestingly, if I were to upgrade those cells in the battery pack to the Molicel P55Bs, those have voltage drop, like what did I just say? 363, 365 was the best one. So if we calculate 365 times 22 cells, the pack will have 80.3 volts upon that whole shot, instead of what I say, 75.68 on the 40T. So that's quite a big difference. So 80.3 volts times 315, you'll actually have 25,294 watts with a 50B instead of 23,839 with a 40T. So pretty big difference. And that's what I'm saying here, is that's why for high power use, high load use, like E-Moto, like Surron, like we're talking about here, a lower voltage drop cell is always preferred, always best to get a cell with the lowest voltage drop possible. That is really the key to the best performance. And usually what I've seen, my testing and reading Mooch's test too, a cell that has lower voltage drop, a powerful cell, also it goes together with having less temperature increase over load. So both of those are kind of the two key factors in cell performance for high performance vehicles like this, high amp load. You want to see the lowest possible voltage drop and the lowest temp increase. A cell that has both of those is fantastic for high load applications like for E-Moto. So anyway, sorry to take 14 minutes of your time with that, but I hope it's useful information. Now the cool thing is you can have some fun with math and calculate real-world power for different things that you see, for battery packs that are advertised, for E-Motos that are advertised. You can use the information in my test here to calculate what the real power of a given battery pack or vehicle is, and know if they're advertising it truthfully. So hopefully this time going over this wasn't wasted, and it gave you some useful info. The next industry secret or myth or thing that's not really widely discussed that I want to show you here is that 50% shown on your battery meter by voltage is not really 50% of your battery capacity left. I've never seen this discussed or explained widely, so here's my video about that. Okay, that's a little better, I think. So a 72 volt pack, full charge is 84 volts, right? Nominal 50% by voltage is 72 volts, that's 3.2 times 20S. And then your low voltage cutoff, or 0% by voltage, is going to be at 60 volts. That's 3.0, that's the lowest you should really ever go on your cells. So 84 full, 72 50%, and 60 is empty. So a 24 volt range, right, on your 72 volt pack that we're using for the example. So have you ever noticed, let's use the Surron 72 volt pack for as an example, that it seems like you ride longer for the top half, I'll call it, of your pack than the bottom half. So from a full charge down to 50% by voltage, it seems like you go more miles or kilometers on that top half of the battery than the bottom half. Have you ever noticed that and thought, am I crazy? I mean, I'm at 50%, charge, but I went more than half of what my total, range that I know is. I have noticed that. I've never seen this discussed, and shown empirically with hard evidence and from testing here like I'm doing. So, why is that? Are you crazy or is it really happening? Well, I noticed something interesting as soon as I started doing all these capacity tests on all these different cells. I just did a bunch, probably 30 cells tested here, looking for fakes selling Ukraine, and did capacity. And I noticed one thing when I was watching it, that when it was coming up on 50% by voltage, 3.6 volts, it seemed like it used more than 50%. Anyway, long story short, so you're not crazy. You really do have higher capacity, the total milliamp hours, on the top half of the charge than the bottom half of the charge. So let's first use the 50S example, and then I'll test the P45B and go over that. So my 50S here that I use for all the testing, it has a full tested capacity of 4,856. Now, why is that not showing 5,000? It's not showing 5,000 because I did the test from full charge down to 2.80 volts. When the manufacturers do the specs, they test them down to an absolute sort of thrashing of your battery of 2.5 volts. I would never run my batteries down to 2.5. It's not good for them. It's abusive to the cells. Even 2.8 is not great, to be honest. So I did all my capacity tests to 2.8 volts, and that's what you got. If you ran it down to 2.5, you should see the full 5,000 milliamp hours. But I'm showing kind of more realistic conditions, and actually this is more than you'll see under normal use because you should only run it down to 3.0 volts. So anyway, my testing, all my capacity tests I did down to 2.8 from a full charge. So the 50S showed 4856. Now what I just showed on the previous clip was we ran it slow discharge down to 360, which is 50% by voltage, nominal voltage. We used 3,023 milliamp hours, which if you're looking already, that's huge difference from 50%. If you were to just divide this in two, you'd have what, 2,428, something like that? 2428, we use 3,023. So what does this mean? This means that the top half of the charge from 4.2 to 3.6, or on your 72 volt pack from 84 full down to 72, that is actually 6.62253 or 62.25% of the entire capacity of the cell. Is that portion from full charge down to nominal, 50% by voltage. It's actually 62.25% of the capacity. So let's put that into Surron terms, right? 72 volt pack. Say, for example, on your 72 volt pack, you have a range, which is about, this is about what I have on my first build, of 80 kilometers. In miles, it's approximately 50 or so, give or take. Then from 84 volts down to 72, which is 50% by voltage. Remember, your voltmeter, most of your displays are going to show your percentage, your remaining by voltage. That's, obviously what they're showing is 50% by voltage. So every display, like I have, voltmeter, it's going to show 72% as 50%, used, 50% remaining. That means that from 84 down to 72, 49.8 kilometers of your total 80 is that top half of the charge. Once you're at 72 volts or 50%, 72 volt reading, which will say 50%, you actually only have 30.2 kilometers. What is this, like 37.75%? So 30.2 kilometers left on the bottom half of the charge. So from full to 50% by voltage, you have 49.8 kilometers of your total range. From 50% down to 0, which is 60 volts, you have 30.2. So the top half is almost 50 kilometers, bottom half is 30 instead of 40 and 40. So pretty big difference. I'll show the Molicel here in the next clip. But, if you ever thought that from full to 50, it seems like your bike or your skateboard is going farther than from 50 to 0. This shows you weren't crazy at all. Actually, 62.25% of this cell's capacity exists from full, to nominal voltage. So to me, that was kind of interesting. I don't know if other people have discussed this, but I've never seen it mentioned anywhere, and it just reinforces years of my experiences thinking that it seems strange, but feels like my PEV has more range on the top 50% of the pack than the bottom 50%. Okay, P45B finished at 3.6 volts, 2640 milliamp hours we used. Okay, the P45B 3.6 volt test is done. I'll show the clip of it, the photo of it here before this. So long story short, we ended up at 2640 milliamp hours we used down to 3.6 volts. The total that this one tested at, again, remember, down to 2.8, not down to 2.5 because that is abusive to the cell, it was 4276. So this works out to 61.74%. Now, I had this test running overnight and it automatically kicked off as soon as it hit 3.60. It actually could have run a little bit longer at 360 and we would have used a little bit more and this would have come out closer to 62%. So I'd say these are statistically pretty even. This one I let actually run for a couple minutes at 3.60. So I think it could have ran a few more seconds and we would have hit 62%. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is almost identical results. 62.25. So this same comparison I used, showing the 50 kilometers on the top half, 30 kilometers on the bottom half of the battery, with P45B, almost the exact same results. So I think the test is valid and shows that you actually do see a lot more of your capacity, of your range on the top half of the battery than the bottom. And the third industry secret, the third sort of myth that I want to debunk that's not talked about widely is about battery capacity. And the truth is, you're not getting the rated amount of battery capacity that your cells and your battery pack have printed on them. This hasn't been discussed widely. I haven't really seen anybody talk about it. Maybe it's in some Reddit thread somewhere or on Endless Sphere. But in real world use, you're not getting the rated battery capacity on your cells. The reason is that these cells, all manufacturers rate their cells capacity. They test them from a full charge, which is 4.2, down to 2.5 volts. Well, 2.5, if you didn't know, on a lithium-ion cell is ridiculously low. It's abusive to the cell. It's way lower than you would ever go in a real-world situation or on your e-bike or E-Moto. You'll never run down to that in real life. I did the capacity test running them down to 2.8, which is still bad for the cells, still abusive. I was in the process of starting the test and had to decide what voltage I was going to use for my cutoff for all the capacity tests. I didn't want to go down to 2.5 because I plan to use these cells in the future, and I know from my experience 2.5 is just abusive. In general, best practice is not to go below 3.0 volts on your cells for your battery pack. For example, a 72 volt Surron pack fully charged is 84, 50% is 72, that's nominal voltage, and low voltage cutoff at 3 volts per cell is 60 volts. So you don't want to go below 3.0 volts on your cells. So 2.5, the ratings, for example, the Samsung 50S is rated at 5,000 milliamp hours. That is going from 4.2 to 2.5. But because I believe that's abusive, very abusive to the cells, and because it doesn't represent real world use, I did my capacity test down to 2.8. But in real life, you're going to see even less capacity than what I show on these tests because you're going to do the cutoff at 3.0 to take care of your battery pack. And by the way, one last little factor. Did you know the higher amps you pull from your cells, the lower the capacity? That your cell ratings, again, say 5,000 for the Samsung 50S, that's based on a nice low amp draw, maybe 2 amps, maybe 4 amps, maybe 3 amps. But as you draw more continuous amps from the cell, say 10 amps, 15, 20, the actual capacity of the cell goes down, and it may go down significantly. For example, pulling 25 amps from a 50S, it's shown on Mooch's testing, but you may go from 5,000 down to 4,400 or 4,200 even milliamp hours. So you can see up to a 10, 15% reduction in the capacity of the cell. So it's kind of a bad double whammy of reality as far as the capacity that you're getting in your cells. You're actually not getting the rated amount on the cells because it's rated down to 2.5, and that rated amount is if you're riding like a little old lady from Pasadena, only pulling a couple amps from each cell. If you're pulling more amps, that capacity goes down too. So there's two factors that are actually reducing your capacity to pretty significantly less than what is rated on that cell and on that battery pack. Sorry to break the bad news to you, but it's the truth.
Purchased in Ukraine, sourced in Ukraine, except that one is a military cell, supplied by someone who gets cells from the military, but also actually sourced in Ukraine. So long story short, 4,500, these should all be. What did we see? 4188, 4269, 4276, 4231, 4271. These two I'll explain in a second. 4232, 4232. So pretty consistent in general, all showing like 4200, 4250. So that kind of it's pretty consistent, which is good. The military one also was consistent. These two, I immediately sensed something strange with these, and as it turned out, with the further testing that I had, these are the two fake ones. So I did get two fake P45Bs bought in Ukraine. Capacity was higher. They had huge voltage sag, huge temperature increase. Weight was different. One even had a much bigger diameter than all the others. So definitely fakes. So these two guys were fakes. So anyway, this is what we're seeing on the P45B in general. There's your weights. Capacity on the P50B, I only have one sample so far, and as I mentioned, you'll see actually it's going to be upcoming in the video on the P50B section, 4613. That's actually quite a bit lower than I was expecting. I was expecting to see around 4,800 or so tested down to 2.8. 4613 is lower than I was expecting, which is pretty weird. The weight is higher than the P45Bs, which is good. So I was kind of worried at first, maybe I got to rewrap P45B because the performance was so similar, but you can see actually the P45s are right around 67 grams and the P50 is almost 70 grams. So pretty significant weight difference. So that's the measured capacity that I saw on the P50B. Now let's talk about P42A and 50Ss. The 42As, this is supposed to be a 4,200 milliamp cell. Yeah, that's the spec. So we tested 38, about almost 3,900, 3,934. So pretty consistent weight. So yeah, the 3,900 tested down to 2.8 compared to 4,200 on the spec. 50Ss tested all quite well. These two I had to wait for a month to get from US, from IMR batteries. This one I bought in Ukraine. It performed really well actually, but anyway, interestingly, there was some variation in the IMR cells. The Ukraine and this IMR 4807, 4856, weight was all quite consistent on these. These are the weights. And by the way, these are the heaviest of all the cells. 50S are the heaviest. But one measured, pretty significantly lower than the others. And these were both from IMR, so I'm sure they're genuine. So that's kind of interesting. But these are the capacities that 50Ss showed. Here are the 40T Samsungs. Again, I tested a bunch of them, whole bunch. These top three were from Encon, so I know that they're genuine. These bottom ones were all bought in Ukraine. Didn't see really any fakes here. Did have one with quite a bit lower capacity, but the other factors were tested pretty close. But anyway, they were showing 3945, 3958, 3954, 3841, 3956, which actually all are quite high when you consider, again, this was only going down to 2.8 volts. It's rated 4,000 down to 2.5, and we're only seeing like 50 milliamp hours less readings. So actually, that seems good. It's actually even a little more than I expected. Weights were consistent, and the capacities were all pretty consistent too, right around that 3950 mark. Here's where it's real interesting though. On the Lishen LR2170LA, you'll see here at the end section where I have quite a bit of information on the Lishen. It's supposed to be kind of an analog to the 40T, same specs. 4,000 milliamp hours, 4,000 milliamp hours, 35 amp max continuous, 35 amp max continuous. Actually, the same for this too. These three all have the same specs. But look at this, the measured capacity on the Lishens, significantly less than I was seeing on the 40Ts, you know, like 300 milliamp hours maybe, which is about 10%. Very strange. I can't explain why. These were all bought in Ukraine, but they all, you know, everything is similar on them. The weight, the temperature characteristics, the voltage drop characteristics, all similar, so I don't think that it's a case of being fakes. So just, you know, as you'll see in the Lishen section, strange, but these measured significantly, you know, lower capacity, almost 10%, than which are, you know, they're rated at 4,000, but we saw quite a bit lower. And finally, on the Tenpower, which is also supposed to be kind of an analog, a cheap, you know, equivalent to the 40T, tested pretty good, 3873, which is right at the lower end of where the 40T's tested, and there's the weight. So anyway, there's where we measured for capacities, and kind of interesting to see that, you know, like I said, you're only going to run the batteries down to 3 volts, so you're never going to see the full rated capacity. Realized I need to kind of really put it into perspective for Surron owners. So let's talk about, at each of these different amp settings, 15 amps first, how many kilowatts is that really? You know, what does that translate into for real world numbers of riding what we're at? So let's first look at how many kilowatts is 15 amps, all right? I'm going to use the example of 9P packs for these examples. I know you can do 10P, 22S 10P with the spacers I use basically would be a huge tall pack. 20S 10P is already bigger than my 22S 9P, taller. So I'm going to use 9P. Obviously, I know you can do 10. If you glue the cell packs together, you can do more, but I'll just use 9 for the example. 10 obviously will give you more. So at a 72 volt pack, that's 20S 9P configuration. So how many amps you're pulling? 15 amps times 9 cells, 135 amps. And let's use 80 volts as a peak voltage to check, because yes, you're fully charged at 84, but you're going to have voltage drops. Is a good, actually optimistic amount. So at 15 amps, 8 times 80 volts, 135, you're at 10,800 watts, 10.8 kilowatts. Actually, pretty darn good amount of power. That's a lot of power. That's nothing to sneeze at. So even just at 15 amps, which is a relatively low pull, and you saw how little these P45Bs, sorry, not there, were heating up. 15 amps, not even really working the cells hard, you're at 10.8 kilowatts. It's a good amount of power. Now with an 80 volt pack, same calculations, except I'll use 90 volts as the voltage to look at. We're at 92.4 fully charged, but obviously you're gonna have voltage drop, 12.15 kilowatts. So 15 amps, that's really how many kilowatts you're looking at with either a 72 or 80 volt pack on a Surron. Okay, same thing. Now talking about 20 amps. What does that mean real world terms for Surron and E-Motos? So 72 volt pack, if you're pulling 20 amps with a 9P configuration, like we showed before, that's 180 amps times 80 volts, fully charged with some voltage sag. You're at 14,400 watts. That is a good amount of power. So even just pulling 20 amps, which again, you saw the cell barely warmed up, the P45B, 14.4 kilowatts, really good amount of power. And even better, 80 volts, 180 amps times 90. I know that's a little optimistic for only 2.4 voltage sag, but anyway, 16.2 kilowatts. So that's a great amount of power, pretty cool. That only pulling 20 amps from your cells, which as we showed, the P45B, it's hardly even breaking a sweat. You're at 16.2 kilowatts, which as I showed in my trail, my how many kilowatts do you need video, on the trail, I was using maximum of 17, and that was absolutely, you know, hitting it as hard as I could. So pretty cool that only pulling 20 amps, you're looking at like 16 kilowatts. And these Molicels not even breaking a sweat. Okay, 25 amps. What does it mean for real world Surron numbers? 72 volt pack, 25 amps at 9p. That's 225 amps. Now you're getting a pretty good power output. 80 volts, 18 kilowatts. Really good amount of power. So 25 amps. Still not crazy pulling from the cell. You saw that these cells really did okay. 18 kilowatts. 80 volt pack, 225 amps times 90 volts with a little voltage tag. 20.25 kilowatts, 20,250. So really good numbers. So again, you can make good power not pulling huge amps from the cell. 25. Next thing I want to do is, I can already see that I'm not getting a lot of temperature increase, voltage drop from the 15, 30, 60 second runs like I was talking about. I want to do one more example while I'm doing this, which is a longer run at a little lower amps to simulate like you're going on the highway at full speed for 5 minutes. So what I'm going to do is 12 amp pulls for 5 minutes. Looking at my last, highest test. Not going to do 40. No, maybe I'll try. Anyway, 35 amps. How many kilowatts is that on a Surron? So again, figuring out a 9p battery pack, 20S 9p, 22S 9p, 72 volts. So you got 35 amps times 9. No, either way, 315 amps. Okay, with a 9p. Of course, you would have 350 if you're in a 10p. Times 80 volts, 25.2 kilowatts. That's a lot. And at 90 volts, figuring for only a couple volts voltage drop, which in general will be more, 28.35 kilowatts. So yeah, keep in mind these, the battery pack makers, especially like with 50S, when they're claiming a pack will support 25 kilowatts, well, there's the 72 volt pack. That means they're calculating pulling 35 amps out of each cell in the case of a 9p. So just keep that in mind. If you see a Samsung 50S or another low amp in general cell battery pack that says that it can do 25 kilowatts, remember that works out to 35 amps per cell. And as you saw, even at 30 amps, the Samsung cells were getting very hot. So at 35, we'll see what it does, but I'm a little apprehensive about it. And now finally, to actual testing. Like I said, I'm doing abbreviated, just some clips of the test here, except for the P50B and the Lishen, because I'm going to show most of those. Need to explain briefly before showing you the actual test how I came up with these and how it evolved from the beginning. The beginning, my thought was I wanted to look at voltage drop and temp increase under higher loads, 12, 15, 20, 25, 30 amps for short amount bursts of time, like 15 seconds, 30 seconds, 60 seconds. The reasoning behind that was, again, from a Surron point of view, normally how we ride, I think how most people ride, is you're not going full blast, full power, continuous all the time. Much's testing is great, but looking at 30 amp continuous, for 3 minutes or to run the battery out, it doesn't really apply. In real life, you're not going to be, unless you're doing a top speed run or running from the police on the highway or something, you're not going to be pulling maximum power 40 amps continuous for 10 minutes. So I originally was looking at just doing bursts like 13, 15, 60 seconds. You'll see on the papers here. And that's how I started my testing and did a lot of testing that way, and to see how much temp increase and voltage drop was. But what I realized pretty quickly was that no, voltage drop is instant. Voltage drop happens right away and then continues, during the load, while the load is on the test. Temp increase, however, is not instant because, of course, the cells have thermal mass, so it takes some time for them to start heating up. You see a big difference in temp increase from 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and 5 minutes. So I realized that wasn't really a valid way to do the testing, and kind of went back to the drawing board and thought, well, how can I, keeping in mind, for E-Moto, Surron, e-motorcycle, of course it applies for scooters and e-bikes too, but how can I make tests that are more applicable, show more real world results than just what I had originally planned on doing? So
the mixed load test, what that does is it simulates aggressive trail riding or fast street riding, maybe even on a motocross track too, where I think the way a lot of people ride when you're kind of riding fast is you'll have short bursts of really high power load, and then longer period of lower power load, and then another short burst of high power and a longer period of lower. The next test I did that I thought is really valid for Surron and E-Moto is I devised a 55 to 60 mile an hour steady driving, steady riding test to show under that amount of load, if you're going about 55 miles an hour or 90 kilometers an hour, under that load, how do these different batteries perform for 10 minutes running straight at that speed. So I'll explain more on that video you'll see here in a second. And then of course I did the high amp drain continuous test to see how the cells, handle under the hardest conditions, under the hardest load, how they do voltage drop and how they do temperature increase. So I did 23 amps continuous, 30, 35, and I even on this machine found out that I can do 40 amps continuous, so I did that as well. Okay, so I thought of one more kind of torture test. Sorry for the weird angle, but I have this small thing. This is P45B N3 from Encon. Briefly, what I want to try to simulate is motocross track riding or hard trail riding, where you're hard on the power for sort of a short burst, and then not so much power for longer time, and then a short burst of power, and then less, and then a short burst and less. I can't do this automatedly on this thing. I have to do it by finger, so it's not going to be exact science. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to go between 23, which is set now, short bursts like 7 seconds, and then 12 for longer, 23 seconds, and then every 30 seconds change. So 7 seconds hard power, 23 lower power, 7 hard power, 23 lower power. Do that for 5 minutes, and I'm going to compare the 50S here and the P45B. Again, it's not an exact simulation, but I want to at least, kind of make it more like real world. So what we're at, if you can't see, we're at 26.2. 26.2 is our starting temperature. We're at 000. So I'm going to go 7 on and 23 off. No, I can't really get a better angle on this. Let's try that. Okay, here we go. So start. 5, 6, 7. Okay. So that was 7 seconds at 23 amps. Now we're going to do 23 until 30. We're at 33.9 and 372 volts. It's hard. 7, 8. Okay, 23 amps. 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh shit, that's difficult. Okay, so here we are. I can move this now. Coming up on 5 minutes. Let's see where we're at. Of course, it did have a few seconds to cool down there, but 369 and 34.9. 369 and 34.9. 50S. Would be good if I reset it. We're starting at a full charge. Starting at the high amp, 7 seconds, so 23. So temperature, 26.6. That's low. 26.6 starting temperature, AC is on. So 26.6, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, home stretch. I can take my hand off here. Okay, here we go. 458, 59. So 368 and 40.2. 368 and 40.2. Okay, doing the same mix test again with another P45B just to verify it. I'm not going to record the whole test. I'm going to do it the same way. I'll measure at the end. 23.7. Ah, hold on. Don't have the probe on. Okay, try that again. So starting temp, 27.4. I'm going to do the 7-second and 23-second for 5 minutes. 27.4 starting. Okay, quickly. I just did the last high amp draw. Didn't stop it at all during the test. So let's see how this compares to the other test. Didn't have to pause it. Everything went normally. 9, 370 and 35.0. 370 and 35.0. Let's see how that compares. Horizontal. Wow, I'd say that's pretty good consistency. Keep in mind, I used two different cells. Two different batches, P45B. Look at where the one I just did ended up, 370 and 35.0. Okay, here's the results from the mixed load test, and all I can say is, wow, I'm surprised. I didn't expect it to be this close. So P45B, I didn't have, exact temperatures at the minute, but this is approximately what we're seeing. 31, 33.9, ended at 34.9. Voltage sag, pretty minimal, like normal with a P45B, ending 5 minutes at 369. But the huge surprise is, look at this. No, they almost start at the same temperature. I need to put the delta T, but it's only 0.4 difference, so not really necessary. So 50S, look at the voltage sag, much more initially and hotter, 29.5, 32.2. A little more voltage sag there, 31, 35 almost, 34.8. But look at the voltage sag, strange. It's not, it's huge difference. 4 minutes, 33.9, 37.9, so 4 degrees warmer Celsius. Voltage sag 376, 373, pretty close. Went down to 355 when it went up to 23 amp load. And then amazingly at the end, 34.9 temp, 40.2, so pretty big, sorry about the shaking there, pretty big difference. No, 5 degree difference, but 40 is not overly hot at all for your battery pack. And look at this, crazy, 369 and 368. How is that possible that they're so close when the 50S under constant heavy load, drops like crazy? Okay, doing the mix test with Samsung 40T. This is from Encon N3. So doing the same test, gonna mount this on the tripod. Six, 7. Come up on 30 seconds. Here we go. So 363 and 39.8. 363 and 39.8. 363 and 39.8. Okay, let's do the next cell. This is P42A. Just came off a full charge. Hopefully you can see that okay. So P42A. 7 minutes on. No, 7 seconds and 23. 23 amps we're starting with. Starting temp 29.7. 29.7. So it's a little warmer starting. Okay, and so ready. there's a little air blowing past here. Okay, here we go. 367 and 38.9. 367 and 38. Okay, I wrote down the results of the mixed load test, and all I can say is, wow. Wow, wow, wow. A lot of surprises. Where even to start? I'm glad I did this because it's really surprising and eye-opening. I am not going to be so negative on the 50S as I used to be. Let's first compare P45B and 50S. That was the initial. I got to do it to the other hand. That was the initial comparison, since 50S is marketed kind of as a P45B substitute. So let's look at temperature gain. So P45B, obviously it had the best performance out of everything. Only gained 8.7 C. 50S has a reputation for getting hot at the end of this test, gained 13.6 C, the hottest. So yeah, quite a bit of difference. This was 40 Celsius, this was 34.9 at the end, and these started lower than these two, 26. Voltage drop is really interesting though, really interesting. And I wrote, holy crap, you can say it however you want. This is crazy and I don't understand how it can be the case, but it was. So I did two 45Bs, verified. They're basically identical, so it's valid. But look at this 50S. Unless I got somehow a hero 50S, with superpowers from Ukraine here, like I said, I'll get more and compare and make sure they're consistent. But unless this is an unusually great cell, this is crazy. Look at the only 1/100th of a volt difference in the ending voltage sag on, basically, no, not basically, but the same test, the same mixed test. So even though the 50S had a much higher, temperature increase, the voltage sag is almost identical. And I have to say, just quickly, as a rider, you notice voltage sag much more than you notice temperature increase. You're not going to feel in your riding if the pack is at 45C versus 50C, but you are going to feel voltage sag difference. And that in this mixed riding comparison, example, that the 45B Molicel and the 50S almost ended at the same voltage. No, obviously under load, I have to kind of back up a second. Under load, the 50S drops much more. I didn't mark this at 23 amps. I'll look at it in a second, see. But under load, the 50S drops much more. But regardless, at the end of the test, they're almost at the same voltage, which is crazy. Okay, now let's go P45B, P42A. So just in general, the 42A had more voltage sag, but almost the same, just a little bit more. Here, when I went higher amps at 4 minutes, the 50S was 355, this was 357. So really almost identical voltage sag and almost, the same temperature gain as a P45B, just performed a little bit worse. Sorry about that, just performed a little bit worse. So that's interesting that there's not in this test a huge difference in both voltage drop and temperature gain between the 42A and the 45B. Very interesting. Now, what really is shocking to me, and I have to say really bumps me out because I am a big advocate, have been, of the 40T, have them in two bikes, and I love the battery pack, especially in my Surron. It's been great, but this performance, again, I'll confirm it with other cells when I get them, but, that are for sure genuine. But anyway, this 40T, the 40T I have is from Encon. It is genuine. The 50S and the 42 I have to get. So the 40T, let's compare it with the 50S, because that's kind of the main thing. So temperature gain. Temperature gain is definitely less. 5.6 at 2 minutes, 3.3, 8.2 at 3 minutes, 6.1, 4 minutes, 11.3, 7.8, and at the finish, again, plus 13.6 and plus 10.2. So definitely the 40T has lower temperature gain, which is great, but it is worse than both Molicels. Look, 8.7 and 9.2. So the 40T did have more temperature increase. But this is what's crazy. Like I said, you feel voltage drop more than you feel temperature. The 40T, at least the one I have, no, this is Encon, so it's valid. Sorry, I keep mixing that up. The 40T had the most voltage drop out of everything. 363 at the end of the test, lower than all the other 3 cells. Even the 50S, which is crazy to me. So even though the 40T didn't go up in temperature as much, it actually ended with 500ths less voltage at the end of the test, which is just, it's crazy. I'm so surprised. 50S in general, as long as you're not, if you're running it constant, trying to pull 25 or 30 amps constantly, yeah, voltage drop is crazy and temperature increase is crazy, absolutely. But if you're not doing that, if you're doing mixed like this or constant lower, it actually performs pretty decent. I'm so surprised. And the 40T, what can I say? Very disappointed. Very disappointed. Did much worse than I expected. So now that's it for the test for now. Fixed load test on IMR number 1, 50S. Starting at 28.5. I'm not going to film the whole thing. I'll just show at the end. Yes, I kind of have to film it because keep track of the results. So coming up on 5 minutes. 367. 42.6 of 50S from US mixed load test, almost identical. Well, we started, it actually doesn't matter, we started at higher temp, but ending voltage was 367 instead of 368, very close, a little bit worse, and we started 25 and 42.6, so we gained 14.1 Celsius, whereas the other 50S gained 13.6. Highlighted to make more clear. Wow, all I can say is if you spent $4,000 on a P50B battery pack, you have my sympathies, my condolences, because it was a total waste of money. Hate to say that, but the good thing is I didn't realize 45B started also the same, almost exact same low temperature, so perfect for comparison. So here you go. Let's look at voltage, 45 versus 50, 1 minute. 389, 50, actually more voltage drop. 2 minutes, 385, 50, 200ths less. 3 minutes, 381 and 380, almost identical. 4 minutes, 376, 375. And at the end, look at that. Ending voltage, 369, P50B, 369. This was P45B number 2, which actually did better than 50B. So, voltage drop, identical. Well, I really thought I was totally, completely done here, but I decided I want to do one more test. I'm trying to think, pause for 1 second. I'm trying to think what tests can realistically show real-world scenarios for riding a Surron or E-Moto. And one thing I think I kind of overlooked is like a long highway run, like 10 minutes at, cruising pretty quickly, 55, 60 miles an hour. Because I think that's a case that, although I don't do that, I think a lot of riders probably do have this scenario. And so how do the batteries perform in that case? So let's go over the example, and then we'll run the test and see how they do. So constant 55, 60 mile an hour test. Here's my assumptions. Assumptions pulling 7.5 kilowatts. Now, why do I say 7.5 for this speed? Actually, I think this is a little higher than what's needed in most cases, but it's approximately the power needed for a steady 55 to 60. Actually, there's a decent difference between 55 and 60, as you know, from the wind resistance. But from my testing, from some other friends I have on the groups, 7.5 should be more than enough for 60 miles an hour and more than enough for 55 miles an hour. I think actually 55, some people were pulling under 7 kilowatts. And you can also look at some of the higher performance out of the box bikes like 79 bike and Ventus One, where those are like 8 kilowatt builds and those top out right around 55 miles an hour. So let's assume 7.5 kilowatts. And we want to show how the batteries perform in this real world situation, like a long trip on the highway, if you have balls enough to ride this around on the highway, or maybe like a rural highway is more realistic. So we're going to say you're going 55, 60 miles an hour, pulling 7.5 kilowatts for 10 minutes. How do the 4 cells, and I'll do the P50B when I get it there, how do they perform, temperature and voltage drop? I think it's interesting to see because it's another scenario, especially for like guys who ride mostly street and girls, supermotos. This is a scenario that you could encounter. Now, how do we calculate, what to test? How many amps do we need to draw? So this is what I figured. Here's my assumption on this test, and it's a little different than before, but I think it applies to a lot of people. I'm assuming 72 volt pack, and of course, I always prefer 80 volt. It's always better. Please, if you can, just go 80 volt. More volts is always better, but since most people have 72, we'll use 72 pack. So I'm saying a 20S, which is 72 volt, a 10P pack, whereas my other examples were 9P. Let's say 72 volt 10P pack, which is also a pretty common configuration. And I am calculating it based on the nominal voltage, not on the maximum voltage of 84, because you gotta, again, figure for, you're gonna have voltage drop, especially over 10 minutes, you're gonna have voltage drop. So how many amps do we need to pull to make this speed? Well, 7,500 watts divided by 72 volts, remember amps times volts is watts, that comes out to 104.16 amps. So 104 amps is what you need to pull from your pack. I think that's pretty accurate because the stock Light B pack is maxed at 80 amps and lower voltage also, and that tops out at like 48 miles an hour. So 104 amps at 72 volts. Per cell, of course, you just divide that by 10, so 10.416 amps. So I'm going to test these at 10.416 amps, and we'll see how they do. I think it's going to be interesting. Okay, P45B, doing the 10-minute 55 mile an hour simulation. This is a little bit on the warm side now, 31.8. It just came off the charger, a long time on the charger, so keep that in mind that we're starting a few degrees warmer than we did before, 31.7. So I'm not going to keep it on all the time for this whole test. I'll pause and check on it. See how much voltage drop we have right away. Down to 404. Pretty good voltage drop. Well, we'll see how these do. If any of them have an issue, problem, going to 10 minutes. Oops, I missed it. 1 minute was 394 and 31.5. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes. 388. And only 32.0, almost no temp increase, which is cool. And we're coming up on 5 minutes, and the P45B is just humming along, 32.9, almost not even getting warm, not even a degree higher, 381 volts. It's like, you want to cruise at 55, 60 miles an hour? No fucking problem. 8.5 minutes. I have to say it's doing pretty damn awesome, in my opinion. Pretty damn impressive. Barely heated up at all. 34 Celsius, like 3 degrees increase. Okay, here we come, 10 minutes. 362 and 34.4. 362 and 34.4. To put that into perspective, we are barely warmed up, 3 degrees only when increased. 362 is still above nominal voltage, so we're still above 72 volts on the pack, and we just rode 10 miles on the highway at highway speed, 55, 60 miles an hour. We just flew 10 miles at highway speed, and this P45B didn't even break a sweat. Okay, P42A, 10-minute, 55 mile an hour test. 30.4 starting temp, 4.19, but it just came off the charger. This poor cell has been through a lot. Sorry, little guy, to put you through so much. I am getting 2 more that are coming from Encon. They'll be here soon. I'm just going to test them to make sure everything's consistent. But anyway, so we're starting at 30.2. 398 initial voltage drop. 398. Okay, we'll come back to it in a little bit. Coming up on 1 minute. 390 volts and 30.5. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes. 384, 32.1. 384 and 32.1. Okay, coming up on 5 minutes. Not really getting warm. Not much at all. 376, only 33.3. No, 33.4. 33.3. So, only a couple degrees increase so far. Let's see how it does at 10 minutes. Okay, coming up on 10 minutes with the P42A. It's performing quite well. It definitely, increased temp a bit more, 35.9. But still, 36, not really very warm. Voltage drop a little bit more, 357, so we're a little below nominal. But still, that's really quite good performance. Okay, here we go. Final numbers. 357 and 36.2. 50S. 10 minutes at 55 miles an hour test. It was kind of warm. It was almost 32. I let it cool a little bit because it just came off the charger. And it likes to get warm when charging at 1.5 amps. So here we go. .396 initial voltage drop. Okay, come up 1 minute. 387, 31.0. 387, 31.0. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes. Well, it's still not very warm. It's good. So 382, 32.9. 382 and 32.9. Coming up on 5 minutes. Well, heating really not bad so far. Kind of impressed. Right, 59, 377, 34.6. Look at this. This is kind of crazy. So at 5 minutes on the 50S, where I just said 377, 34.6. Look where the P42A was. 376 and 33.3. So only 1 degree warmer and only 1/100th more voltage drop. No, again, keep in mind though, voltage drop in the P42A, this is a much smaller capacity cell, so you've already eaten, a lot more of its percentage of its capacity. But still, that's not bad. 382, 377, definitely heating up more than the P45B as expected. 357 volts. So actually it looks like we have a little less voltage drop, but again, keep in mind, much bigger capacity cell. Okay, here we go on 10 minutes. 361 and 38.3. Almost, better voltage drop than the P42A, but again, smaller capacity cell. But look at that. That's pretty surprising. Look at that voltage drop. Again, smaller capacity cell, but still, heated up quite a bit more. And last but not least, my poor little 40Ts on a 10 mile, 60 mile an hour trip. Okay, 29.9 is our starting temp. Just got off the charger. .397 voltage drop. 397. Okay, we'll come back in a minute. Okay, come to 1 minute. 388 and 30.7. 388 and 30.7. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes. Still not really warm. 382, 33.1. 382, 33.1. Okay, 40T coming up on 5 minutes. at 60 miles an hour. No, it's still not that warm, really. 35. Okay, 374 and 35.5. Just looking where we're at so far, at 5 minutes, the 40T compared to the 50S, 374 and 377. No, and the 42A, all very close in voltage drop. 40T is doing the worst in temperature, 35.5. 50S was 34.6, 33.3 on the P42, and 32.9. So, okay, coming up on 10 minutes. Let's compare what the 50S did. 50S did 361 and 38.3. 361 and 38.3. So you can see this is already behind. We're already down to 354. Focus there. And 39. Okay, here we come up on 10 minutes. 353 and 39.4. Okay, so here are the results of our 60 mile an hour, 50 miles an hour, 55, 60 for 10 minutes test. Thought this would be a good sort of practical test for, you know, Surron usage. Again, kind of surprising results. Let's look at the P45B as sort of the, you know, the standard bearer, the best performing. So ended up at, let's look at voltage first. 362 volts, initial voltage drop 404, 362. But look at this. This is what is just crazy to me. Very surprising. 50S at 361, only 1/100th of a voltage drop lower than the 45B after 10 minutes. You know, we're talking about a 10-minute highway run, 55, 60 miles an hour, 10 miles at 60 miles an hour, only 1/100th behind. Again, I know I've said this multiple times, but you got to also keep in mind the difference in capacity. This is 10% higher than this, 20% higher than that. So how much milliamp hours this pulse sucked out of it, it's a smaller percentage on this battery than on the others. So that's part of the reason why. But anyway, very surprising. Voltage drop, only 1/100th difference between 45B and 50S. Let's look at 45B compared to 42A. 357, 362. So 5/100ths less. Not a big difference. You know, as expected, a little less. And then the worst voltage drop, which is just depressing to me since I own these, is 40T, 353. Even worse than the 50S. No, worse than all of them. Although you have to say the difference, even among all of them, is not huge. You're only talking about 9/100ths of a volt from the best to the worst. So not a huge difference, but you can see how they stacked up. Now let's talk about temperature. Well, here's the initial voltage drop. You can see those, how they compare. Temperature. So P45B, like I said, almost didn't even change temperature. Like, you could just rail on it, take that highway trip for 10 miles at 60 miles an hour, 2.7 C increase is all. Amazing. Almost no increase. Let's look at 42A next. So that's quite a bit more, 5.8 Celsius. Quite a bit more temperature increase than the 45B. Kind of surprising a little bit. 50S, no, we're used to saying the 50S gets hot. Well, yeah, it did. It got quite a bit higher. I'd say 7.9 Celsius temp increase compared to the P45B. That is a big difference. That's the most kind of negative result from this test for the 50S, is how much the temp increase. Remember, it's only a 10 amp load, 10.4, but steady. So, you know, that's a bummer. But more of a bummer, 40T plus 9.5 Celsius, even worse than the 50S. And, you know, compare that to the 45B, it's just crazy. You know, almost a 10 degrees Celsius increase. That is a lot. You know, what can I say? It sucks for the 40T. Worse performance than the 50S. Okay, these just arrived from Encon, so we know they're genuine. P42As. What's our date code? It's kind of weird. Okay, P42A. These finally came from Encon. This is just doing a few quick tests to make sure that we are consistent with our P42A results from Ukraine. I let it cool down for about 8 minutes. It was kind of warm coming off the charger, so it's 29.5. First doing this one, constant 55 mile an hour test, and let's start. $397, Voltage drop initially 397. We're at 399. Okay, 5 minutes coming up. 376, 33.5. 376 and 33.5. Okay, come up on 10 minutes. Almost identical. Very, very, very close. A little warmer though. Okay, here we go. 10 minutes. So let's mark it. 357 and 36.6. But I'm going to add some interesting info about this constant 5560. I'm going to show you the video now of my pull going 90 kilometers steady. As I already mentioned, I was pulling, no, it varied a lot. It jumped around, but I would say an average of 8.5 kilowatts. My hand there. Whereas a lighter rider with supermotors was only pulling 6.0. So 7.5 I think is a good assumption, but I made some interesting calculations based on what I was pulling, and I'll show you this. So let's look at this here. My 90 kilometer per hour test. So I was pulling on average, let's say 8.5 kilowatts. No, obviously it jumped around a little bit, but I think that's a pretty good median. How many amps is that for the pack, and how many amps does that mean per cell? How does it, relate to all these tests I'm doing? So, and also we got to talk about voltage drop, which is, the big hidden secret. So we started the run at 86.9. That's what the pack was before I started this run. Okay, so again, remember volts times amps equals watts. So we go 8,500 watts divided by 86.9 volts. The pack pulling was 97.81 amps. That's how many amps I was pulling from the battery pack at that run. So since we have 9 cells in parallel, we need to take the 97.81 amps divided by 9 cells, was pulling 10.868 amps per cell. So pretty close to what this test is. I'm assuming here 10.416, and my 55 mile an hour run, 90 kilometers, I was pulling 10.868. So pretty close. And keep in mind it's moto tires and a heavier rider. So that's how much. That's at that moment at this 55 steady run, which you'll see, I was pulling 10.87 amps per cell. Now, what's interesting is, and very sad is, with a 40T, as I showed on all these tests, voltage drop is just nasty. It's really bad, really disappointing. So, what was our voltage drop? Well, again, it jumped around a lot, but I would say an average was showing during that steady speed around 81.5 volts. It went up and down a little bit, but about 81.5. So, if we started at 86.9, we were pulling at 90 kilometers an hour, 81.5 volts. We had 5.4 volts of voltage drop on the pack. Had to make a correction. I had that wrong at first. I was dividing by 6. No, actually the voltage drop you need to calculate by how many you have in series, how many cells in series, because that gives you your total voltage. So anyway, like I was saying, going 90 kilometers, I had a 5.4 voltage drop, 5.4 volt. Now you divide that by 22S. That's how you get your total voltage, so 22 cells in series. So that works out to 0.245 volts per cell. I'll cross out the double exclamation because it's not as bad as I thought. Okay, the first real test, high amp test with my cell of choice for the last couple of packs I've made. I've used these guys. 40T, this is N2, I just grabbed it randomly, except it is from Encon, so I know it's authentic. So this is one of my Encon cells, N2. 40T, fully charged it. Interesting, it dropped to 14, but I did just fully charge it. I'll leave it like that because it came off the charger just a minute ago, finished. Starting temp. It's a little warmer. Well, like I said, it just finished charging. 30.8. 373 voltage drop. 343 and 47.1. 343 and 47.1. A 3-minute test. So since that one needs to cool down and recharge, gonna do it on the 50S, which is fully charged. Again, this is from Ukraine. My 50S is from America. Are not here yet. 418. It just came off the charger, so I'm gonna count that it's fully charged. Where are we at temperature-wise? 28.5. Okay, let's see what we do. Voltage drop 372, 371. This is showing here 17 kilowatts for 3 minutes. And that is getting warm. Definitely warm. So here we're coming up on 3 minutes. 350, we're below 50%, well below it. And 349 volts, 46.7. Shut it off. 349 and 46.7. So how much of an increase is that? Almost 20 degrees Celsius increase. Okay, P42A torture test, 3 minute. The only one I have for now, so try other ones later, see how it does. So we're at 419, just took it off the charger, full charge. 30.3, 23 amps, and we're going to do 3 minutes. 379 initial voltage drop. It definitely smells warm. I mean, the tester does, not the battery. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes. 43. Decent amount of voltage sag. 353 and 44 degrees. Okay, after seemingly endless amount of time having to again charge it to 100, try the torture test for P45B. Same cell, N2, probe is taped, air block is in place. So again, 23 amps, and we're going to do 3 minutes and see how it compares. I decided this torture test, since I'm doing it on these two anyway, I might as well also do it on the 40T and the P42A. So I'll just have this test showing all four of them what they're doing. Okay, anyway, 30 Celsius, perfect. Let's start. Initial voltage drop 387. The best out of obviously all the cells, which is to be expected. Okay, coming up on 2 minutes. 368 and 36.9. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes. 3.60, 40.8. 3.60, 40.8. See how that compares to everything else. Okay, the new tester is here. That's good news. Gonna do my 30, 35, 40 amp even test with it, but I will rerun a couple of the higher load tests, like 23 amps on a few of the cells, and just see if the results are the same on here or if they're very close. If there's any significant difference, of course I'll rerun the test. But your thick wires, which go to here, those are always on the outside, and your voltage reading, which are the thinner ones in the middle, the little prongs there, those are on the inside. Okay, I'm just gonna rerun 30 amp tests just to make sure we're consistent. before doing 35. So this is P45B N2, same one I tested before, and it's showing a couple hundredths lower voltage drop, a couple hundredths lower reading on this than the other machine. Okay, so 30 amps, 29.2 starting temp. $372 initial voltage drop. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes. Interesting, this is different. 341, 46.8. P42A were set up at 30 amps, 420 volts, 31.0 C starting voltage, 31.0 C. So, no, 31.1. 31.1. Here we go. $363 initial voltage drop. Well, it's good I got the professional tester. It was kind of expensive. But for science, it's needed to know what the accurate results are. Okay, coming up on 1 minute. 351 and 38.4. 351 and 38.4. 40, coming up on 45 Celsius. Again, no fan cooling at all with this machine, so all other things equal, it'll be a little warmer. Okay, 2 minutes. 342 and 47.0. 342 and 47.0. It's of course rare that you would see a 30 amp load, which is what did I show? That's like 24 kilowatts or something, you know, steady for 3 minutes. That's like 3 minutes uphill, full throttle, just, you know, going 80 miles an hour. But it's good to stress test. And P42A in general is a great cell. Okay, here we come on 3 minutes. So 331, 53.8. Okay, 50S, 30 amps on the big tester. Okay, so we are starting temp 31.9, 4.2 volts. Just came off the charger. It's a little warmer because it's just been on charge for an hour and a half. So 31.8. I'm sure if I let it sit for a while, we go down to 29. 31.7. No, it's cooling from charging. Okay, here we go. 50S. $357 volts initial voltage drop. Ending temp I'm really wondering about. Now keep in mind the 50S, even by Samsung, is not rated for 30 amps continuous. They rate it at 25 continuous and 45 peak, which is a joke. But you know, the reason I'm testing it this way is because battery makers are claiming power levels with these pulling 30 amps, which is not correct. So, and I will try this at 35, but I'll shut it down if it goes too high. I was talking when we hit the 1 minute. I'll have to go back and mark where we were at 1 minute. Okay, this time let's pay attention. Coming up on 2 minutes. So 334 and 50.5. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes. No, it's still getting warm. No question about that. Gonna shut it down. Okay. 328 and 327, 61.2. 327 and 61.2. So 327, so we're higher voltage. 61.2 though, surprise, almost hit the same temperature. So that was correct. It's still, and I bet you it's still going up. If we can focus on there. See, yeah, 62.6. Still rising after the test is over. Okay, try again. 40T from Encon N2, same one I tested before, 30 amps. So we're gonna try again, 30 amps. Again, it's a little on the warm side because it just came off the charger for an hour. 420, we're zeroed out, so 31.6 is starting temperature. .356 voltage drop. It will be interesting to see on the professional tester how this compares to the 50S. We'll test this one at 35 amps. Also, 35 is the highest continuous rating for the 40T. Okay, coming up on 1 minute. 40 degrees. 339 and 41.2. That's not super exciting watching a battery drain, but this needs to be done. Okay, coming up on 2 minutes. Getting warm. 329 and 52.2. So to not keep showing the same thing. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes. 61, yeah, getting warm. Okay, I'm gonna shut it down. 318 and 63.1. 318 and 63.1. Holy crap, I just want to show this for a second. Oh, it went down. Shit. It was at 65. Don't know if that's focused. Yeah, after the test shut off, it kept going up a little bit. Actually hit 65. That is hot. And, you know, bummed out to say that because this is my cell that I'm using. Get this started. A little warm start, but we'll see where it ends up. 31.7, 30 amps. .359 voltage drop. That is getting very warm. So bummed about that on the 40T. I really thought they'd do better than the 50S. Okay, we're coming up on 3 minutes. I'm going to shut this baby down because it's hot. 7, 8, 9, 323 and 61.5. It's getting, see, it continues to get warmer. 63.6. Yeah, that's hot. That's a bummer. 50S actually didn't get as hot. Okay, P50B, 30 amp test on the big machine. Redoing this because I did it before with the different temp sensor. This is the temp sensor that comes with this machine. So anyway, 30 amps full charge. We're starting at 31.1 because it just came fresh off the charger, so a little warm. 31.1. Okay, here we go. .373 initial voltage drop. Let's see how this baby does. This is state of the art. Would be interesting to let them cool, you know, to room temperature, like 25 Celsius, but keep in mind, if that took like 40 minutes or something, the voltage in the cell is going to go down because immediately after a full charge, it starts losing power through heat. It doesn't like to stay at 420, so it would be down to 417 or 416. So, you know, to make the test comparable, I take them right off the charger. Okay, here we go. 1 minute. 359 and 36.3. You know, until the 50B gets here, this is definitely the reference, so I'm not going to pause it. Not really getting much warmer. Remember, we started at, what, 31 something? Only 10 degrees hotter. 11. Okay, we're coming up on 2 minutes. Focused, I hope. 2 minutes, here we come. 8, 9, 351, 43.8. 46. Now remember, we started over 31, so plus 15C. 347. Well, of course, this is definitely going to be the best performer. Okay, here we come on 3 minutes. So here we come. 342 and 49.2. Okay, doing P45B, the M1 military cell. I want to also try this at 30 and 35 just to see how closely it tracks with my other cell, how close they are. So starting temp is lower, so we'll see what ending temp ends up at. 30 amps, we start at 30. Sorry for my hand in the way. $371 initial voltage drop, and we're starting at a lower temperature, so we'll see how that goes. It's lower because I had fully charged it and then it sat for like an hour fully charged, which is not good, but you know, it dropped a few hundredths, so I just popped it on for a few minutes to bring it back up. So P45Bs though really are just the state of the art. And I know 50B is better, but for realistically priced cells, the 45, just there's no comparison. Okay, 1 minute. 357 and 34.1. 357 and 34.1. Pause for a sec. Comparing that to the other 45B, we're at 359. We're at 359 and 36.3. But remember, we started quite a bit warmer. So now coming up to 2 minutes, we were at 351 and 43.8. Ooh, already down to 351. So this one has a little more voltage drop. A little bit. Very close though. Okay, coming up on 2 minutes. 349 and 41.2. 349 and 41.2. 349, 41.2. No, very close to the other one. Now we're at 342. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes. $340 and 47.6. 340 and 47.6. 340 and 47.6. So temperature a little lower, but we started lower, so very similar. And 342 and 340, so also very close, just a couple hundredths different. So good to know that two completely separate batches of authentic P45Bs have very close performance. That's awesome. Okay, this is the one, the series of tests that I'm a little bit apprehensive about, but anyway, let's do it and see how it goes. Molicels I think are going to be fine. The Samsungs, not so sure. If anything hits, starts to hit about 70 degrees, I'm shutting it down. So not gonna go anywhere near ADC, even though the official test, most of the tests you see, they test up to ADC, but I don't want to take that chance. Okay, so we're 35 amps. This is P42A. We're starting at 30.9 Celsius. 30.9. Voltage drop 355. 355 voltage drop. The P42A is rated at 40 amps, correct? Yeah, 40. The P45B is rated at 45. And like I showed on that paper, you can run some peaks of 35 amps on your Surron packs. It's 24 or 28 kilowatts. So 35 is definitely, you know, realistic to look at, although very rarely would we hit that power for 3 minutes straight, that's for sure. Okay, let's see here. We're coming up on a minute. Where we're at. Temperature still not bad. 341 and 41.0. Okay, we're coming up on 2 minutes. We're at 50, over 50 C. Two minutes coming up right now. 329 and 52.6. No, still not the crazy temps we were seeing from the Samsungs, but now we're getting pretty warm. And you think about the chemical reaction that's happening there for that thing to heat up from room temperature, or just a little above, to over 60 C in 3 minutes. It's you know, you're pulling a lot. I'll be glad to shut this one down. Okay, 240. We're coming up on 60 C. There's 60 C. Very warm temp. We're still focused, I hope. Okay, getting ready to shut it down. 58, 59, 316 and 62.7. 316 and 62.7. Okay, Mac Daddy cell on the Mac Daddy test. 35 amps. Yeah, this poor N2 has been through a lot. Poor thing. It just randomly got picked out of the box and getting a lot of use. Anyway, we're starting at 30.8, 30.8, 35 amps. Here we go. .363 voltage drop. 363. Okay, coming up on 1 minute. Temp increase not too much yet. Okay, 1 minute. 348, 39.6. P50B is in Poland. It's almost here. It's going to be here soon. So as soon as I get that, we'll run the test on the P50B and have a lot of editing to do. A lot of condensing information. I didn't want to make charts, graphs of this, but I think I got to make a few graphs to make the data more clear, because I understand my paper's pretty messy. Okay, we're coming up on 2 minutes. Let's see where we're at. 2 minutes. 339, 49.5. A starting temp of 31 Celsius is pretty darn warm. You know, it's like 5 degrees more than normal room temperature, where I think like Mooch's test, he kind of always does it at 25, 26. So keep in mind that really we're starting like 5 degrees Celsius above room temperature. 31 in Fahrenheit is what, like 80 degrees or so. So need to keep that in mind for the ending temperature. Okay, here we're coming up on 3 minutes. Let's see where we're at. 328, 57.7. 328 and 57.7. So that, I think, is our reference. Okay, getting ready to do the 35 amp on both Samsungs. Okay, here we go. 40T, 35 amps. Keep in mind one thing, and doing the 50S also. A couple notes real quick. If either of these hits either 70 Celsius or 2.8 volts, I'm shutting the test down. Not going to let them get any hotter or lower than that. Second thing to note is 40T is rated at 35 continuous. 50S is not. That's rated at 25 continuous, 45 peak, which is ridiculous. But anyway, so this is rated at 35 continuous. And the other thing to keep in mind, this is a cell that I've been using. I've got in my Canyon build and most notably in my Surron build. So, yeah. And my 29 kilowatt rating that I claim on the bike is based on 35 amp from this cell. 35 times 9 is 315. So anyway, and our temps are a little lower, which is good, thank goodness. These are actually sitting overnight, mostly charged. I just topped them off. So we're starting at 26.8, so that's good. All right, here we go. $344 initial voltage drop. 344. That compares to 363 on the P45Bs. And like I said, it's rare that in the case of E-Moto or Surron, it would be very unusual that you'd be using full power for 3 minutes on these. That's, 28 kilowatts or 25 for 3 minutes straight. But it's good to know. Okay, coming up on 1 minute. $328 and 41.2. 328 and 41.2. For comparison, the 45B was 348 and 39.6, but that started much warmer. These, thank goodness, have a nice low starting temperature. It's so surprising and disappointing to me that in general the 40Ts have performed actually worse than the 50S for voltage drop and temperature. That was surprising and shocking. Okay, coming up on 2, we're still looking okay. 319 and 57.3. 319 and 57.3. P45B was at 339 and 49.5. Remember that in testing Mooch and Samsung, the highest that they test to is 80 Celsius. I'm not going to let them go that high though. No, she's holding up. I'm sorry, my baby, for putting you through this. Come on, just a little more. Just a little more. Come on. Just a little bit more. Hold on, I'm getting ready to shut this off. Just a little more. 253. Oh, it's going to be close. Oh, it's going to be close. 70 Celsius. 308. Shutting it down. 70.3 Celsius. Holy shit. I tell you, that's nerve-wracking, to say the least. I've been blowing on it. Oh, I took the temp probe off. Blowing on it to cool it. It's still like 63, 64. It's actually too hot to touch. So just keep in mind that, you do not want your cells getting this hot in a battery pack. And so this was only 3 minutes of pulling from it at the rated 35 amp current. Only 3 minutes. And we hit over 70 Celsius. So that's nuts. So just keep in mind, when you buy a battery pack, what cells it has and how they calculated that kilowatt rating, that this may be the temperature that power assumption is made on. Okay, 50S, 35 amps. Let's get this over with. Thank goodness we're starting at a lower temperature, 28 Celsius, 28.1. So here it goes. $343 voltage drop initially. 343. Keep in mind that the 50S is not rated for 35 continuous like the 40T is, but it's rated for 45 peak, 25 continuous, but some battery makers give their battery ratings based on 35 amps. Same thing like with the 40T. I'll shut it down if the readings get too critical. I do actually expect this to perform a little bit better than the 40T based on all the prior tests, so we'll see how it goes. It's good that we started at a little lower temperature, thank goodness. Okay, coming up on 1 minute. .328 and 42.6. 328 and 42.6. Compared to the 45B, that was 348 and 39.6, but it started at a higher temperature. Sorry about the shaking. This is kind of a hard angle to shoot at. Okay, a minute 30. We're already at 50 Celsius. Already warm. 3.2 volts. So again, this is if you're doing a minute and a half at full power of like 28 kilowatts or 25 on a 50S pack, you've got voltage drop way below 50% already, and 55C. Okay, coming up on 2 minutes. Sorry about that. 320 and 57.5. But remember, some battery sellers are claiming they can do 35 amps on a 50S pack. I'm just having my finger on the off button just in case. 66, oh man. Come on, baby. 67, holy shit. 68. Come on, just make it to fucking 3 minutes. Come on, 69, 70. Come on, 5 seconds, 314, 314, 314, and 73 Celsius. Holy crap, it actually got hotter. Whew, oh my god. 314 and 70 point something Celsius. Well, I'm never doing that again. I'm never testing Samsung cells at 35 amps ever again. That was enough once for science. So I did this so you guys don't have to. And again, hopefully this is a good enough proof. Never run Samsung, either the 40T, which is a bummer because it's supposed to be 35 amp cell, or the 50S. Never run them at 35 amps, or 30, or even really 25. Just a quick thing I want to insert in here. I just tested the military P45B. I didn't include it. I didn't film it because I was just doing to confirm it was consistent. But it actually performed a little bit better than my other P45B even. So starting temp was 30.5. Actually a little, no, similar. Voltage drop was 365 instead of 363, so a little less voltage drop. Again, this is for P45B military one. So 365 and 363, still very close. Then let's look at the end at 3 minutes. Voltage drop on the M1 was 330. It was down to 328 on the other P45B, comparing these two. So it actually performed better, the best out of all of them. Okay, here goes nothing. Trying a 40 amp test. It's just going to do for 1 minute. First, P45B from Encon N2. Just going to run to 1 minute. If the machine does it. .353 initial voltage drop. We started, by the way, at a low temperature. It's been sitting overnight. 26.6, I think. Okay, coming up on 1 minute. 339, 39.0.
339, 39.0. I'll run it a little longer, see if we can go out to 2 minutes. I'm just worried about overheating everything. I gotta say, this cell's doing pretty awesome for only heating to 48 Celsius at 40 amps for 2 minutes. That's pretty damn impressive, 50 Celsius. Okay, here we come up. On 2 minutes, I'm gonna shut it down. 330, 51.8. 3.30, 51.8. Okay, again, here goes nothing. Gonna try the 40 amp on the 50T. This is from IMR Batteries, number 1. Of course, I understand 50S. I understand 50S not rated for 40 amps continuous. It's peak. If I plan on just doing it 1 minute, we'll see. If it can go longer, I'll go to 2 minutes, but not if the temp gets too high, like 70. So we're starting at 27.7 Celsius. Sorry about that. .333 voltage drop. 333. So yes, you can rag on a 50S at 40 amps for 30 seconds or a minute. Would I recommend doing it? No. Do you have huge voltage drop? Well, you can see. Okay, so 1 minute coming up on. Let's see what the official numbers are. 316, 45.5. Well, just hit 47. I'll call it 45.5. 316 and 45.5. Battery makers claim power outputs of 40-45 amps for a 50S because it's rated at for peak, but you see what kind of temp increase and voltage drop we're getting. Oh, looks like we'll be able to hit 2 minutes. That's a lot of heating in 2 minutes though. Okay, here we go. Let's see where we're at and shut it down. 2 minutes. 309, 66.1. Okay, P50B. Just off the charger. 40 amp. Starting temp. 27.9. 40 amps. Everything's reset. Here we go. .355, 28.4. 355, 28.4. Initial voltage drop. My expectation is this will perform basically identical to the 45. Maybe a little worse because this seems to be not a super example P50B. After 1 minute, 45 was at 339. There's 339 and 39 degrees. Okay, 1 minute. 341, 39.8. 341, 39.8. And at 2 minutes, the 45B was 3.30 volts and 51.8. Basically same as 45. Okay, 2 minutes coming up. 330, 51.5. How about that? 330, 51.5. Basically identical. Okay, P42A. This is the one bought in Ukraine, but it performed great. 40 amp, just came off the charger. 29.1. 343 voltage drop. Again, for the money, I think the 42A is a great performing cell. Hold on, we're coming up on a minute. Gotta mark it. 327, 43.5. 327, 43.5.
as I was saying, the 42A is really a really good performing cell, especially for the money. In the past, I would have definitely recommended getting the 42A over the 45B when there was, you know, a 100% price difference, when the 45 was double the 42A. But recently, this is now early autumn 24, 45 has come way down on Encom. They're under 4 euros to Ukraine, so there's only like less than a €1 difference between this and the 45B. So for that small price difference, I would definitely get the 45B, because it's still a much better performing cell. So maybe if these come down to like €2.50 each, where they're comparable with a 40T Samsung, then yeah. Okay, coming up on 2 minutes. See where we end up. 318, 57.8. Okay, so what's the quick conclusion at 40 amps between P50B and 45B? That's what everybody wants to know. Well, voltage drop identical after 2 minutes. 1 minute we were 200ths apart, so I would call that basically identical. Temperature at the end of 2 minutes, 51.5 and 51.8, but remember the 50B, it started 1.7 degrees higher Celsius. So the 50B did actually have a little better by like 1.7, like 2 degrees less temperature increase. So that's a little bit better. 39.8 after 1 minute, so a little less increase. So the temp increase performance at 40 amps, a little bit better on the 50B, you know, but it's negligible. We're talking 1.5, 2 degrees Celsius. But voltage drop, basically identical. Initial voltage drop 353. I'm calling that 354. I think is closer to correct. I mark it as soon as the machine turns 6 seconds. So 353, 354 initial, 330 ending. Temperature increase, 50B did a little bit better by 1.5, 2 degrees. Okay, so what's the conclusion on 42A, on 40 amps, and in general overall? Well, it performed between the P45B and the 50S. It started a little warmer, like 1.5 degrees more than the others, but after 1 minute, our voltage drop was 327, 50S was 316, did the worst, of course, and 45B, 50B, 339, 341. So pretty much right in the middle between the Samsung and the 45B. Temperature-wise, hit 43, so got hotter. No, it started a degree or so higher. Hotter than the Molicel, the 4550B, but not as hot as the 50S, which started cooler. And then after 2 minutes, voltage dropped 318, again, kind of right in the middle between the 330 of the 45B and the 50B and the 309, so less voltage drop than the 50S. Temperature also in the middle. So Molicel, the 45 and 50 ended up at 51. This was 59, but it started about a degree higher. Keep that in mind. So deduct 1 degree off that to make it even. But the Samsung was 66.1 and even started cooler. So 50S definitely by far had the most temperature increase and the worst voltage drop. The 42A had a little less temperature increase and voltage drop, and the 45B and the 50B did basically identical, did the best. So a very exciting arrival has just come, but before I get to that, forgot one thing that I wanted to do on the 50S 25 amp test, since that's what Samsung claims, that these can do continuous. I didn't do 25, I did 23, 30, 35. So let's look at 25 and see how it does. Starting temp 30.0. Oh, that's easy. Okay, here we go. 363. Initial voltage drop. 363. First, keep in mind that these numbers, the original numbers I wrote without any highlighting, those are 23 amps. The ones highlighted in yellow, that's 30 amp results, and the ones in red I wrote pink, those are 35 amps. And keep in mind that 30 amps on a Surron translates to about 21 to 24 kilowatts. That's on a 20S9P pack. And 35 amps, there you're talking 25, 28 kilowatts. So we're not even talking about the 30 to 35 kilowatt range at these power levels. Okay, and main comparisons I want to look at is P45B and P42A, and then the 50S and the 40T. And then, of course, the Molicel versus the 50S. Let's look at 30 amps first, and let's look at voltage drop. Okay, voltage drop first. So let's take the P45B. This is going to be our reference. This is always the best. So at 30, I mean, out of all these, performs the best. So at 30 amps, again, in highlighted yellow, it had 371 voltage drop. So that means as soon as you take off on a full charge, hitting it with 21 to 24 kilowatts, 30 amps per cell on a 9P, you have voltage drop to 371. That's actually pretty good, because if we look at, sorry about that, if we look at the 50S, it had immediate voltage drop to 357. That's lower than nominal voltage. So even just hitting a 50S, a fully charged 72 volt 50S pack with 30 amps per cell, 21 kilowatts, you're already down to below 72 volts from 84. You have over 12 volts of voltage drop. I'll make a chart about that too. Okay, so 371, how does a P42A compare? It had 363, so not bad. Oh, I'm sorry, shit. 371, okay, that's P45B military. Anyway, it's still valid because it's the other P45B I tested. Our main P45B was 373, so scratch that, 373. But anyway, it's still valid comparison. They were very close. So P42A, 363. So it's lower than the P45B by a tenth, but still doing better than the 50S for voltage drop at 30 amps. How did the 40Ts do? Well, that's pretty sad, because what did I say on the 50S? It had 357. Look at the 40Ts, 356 and 359 voltage drop. So the two 40Ts I tested, those are both NCON, by the way. They had about the same voltage drop as the 50S. One even did worse at 356. So let's look at voltage drop going across. I'm not going to go over at every 1 minute, but let's look at the finished voltage drop. Okay, so here's our P45B column, 30 amps, yellow. So we ended up at 342 volts. So that's after 3 minutes. You know, 30 amps, 21, 24 kilowatts, 3 minutes, we're at 342 volts, so definitely below nominal voltage, below 50%, which is 3.6 volts. But how does the 50S and the others compare after 3 minutes? So after 3 minutes, the 50S was at 327, quite a bit lower. Quite a bit lower. Remember that, you know, you shouldn't look at it as from 0 to 4.2 as your scale of range. It's actually 4.2 to 3.0. You only have a 1.2 volt of usable range. So a 0.15 difference is actually pretty significant. Okay, 342 we ended up. How did that compare to the P42A? 331. Okay, less. It still did better than the 50S, but not significantly. The 42A was at 331, and the 50S was at 327. That's only 4/100ths of a volt, not a big difference. How did the 40Ts do after 3 minutes? 318 and 323. So go back. 50S was 327, 318 and 323. Versus 327, these did actually worse than the 50S for voltage. Okay, next, let's compare 40Ts. So we started about the same temperature. I'm going to look at this one, 40T number 2, which is actually N1. This is the best performing one. So 40.6, 52.4, that's the correct rating, and 61.5. We ended at 61.5. This one ended up 63.1. So how does that compare to, again, to 50S? I need to keep reminding myself, 61.2. So actually, 61.5 and 63.1, the 40S is heated up just as badly. The 40T is heated up just as badly as the 50S. Got just as hot, which is shocking, because 40S is supposed to be a high power cell. It's supposed to handle high amps. It's rated 35 continuous. That's why I installed them, built the 2 battery packs with them, because it's supposed to be a high amp cell. Yet temperature increase, which is the main sort of the bane of the 50S, what I complain about, and the point that we, you know, that critics of the 50S like me bring up, that it's not a high amp cell because it gets too hot at high amps. Well, look at this. Samsung's now 7-year-old 40T, their high amp cell, quote unquote, 61.5. This is after, again, 3 minutes at 30 amps. 30 amps. So the 40T is 61.5 and 63.1 compared to the 50S, 61.2. So basically the same or higher temperatures. It's disappointing, to say the least. Performance kind of disgusting. Oh, sorry about that, but very disappointed in the 40T results. It actually performs worse than the 50S in most ways. All right, quickly. Red, 35 amps. So translating to Surron, what's that equal? You're talking 25, 28 kilowatts. That's for 72 or 80 volt 9P pack at 35 amps. So 25, 28 kilowatts is the power level in general we're talking about for 35 amps. Let's talk about voltage drop. Let's start with the P45B because that's a reference until the 50B. I received mine here. So that 363. Pretty interesting. I mean, it's impressive compared to the others for sure, but the point to make with this is you're almost at nominal voltage. You're almost at 360. So starting from a full, for example, again, 72 pack, you start at 84 volt full charge. You nail it on a launch with 25 kilowatts, 35 amps per cell, and you immediately have voltage drop almost to nominal. I would say on your pack voltage, this is going to equal to about 73 or 74 volts. So you're already looking at more than 10 volts, like 11 volts of voltage drop immediately, even with a P45B. So pretty crazy. But compared to the others, it's still by far the best. So 50S, look at that, 343. Look at the difference. That's huge. Remember, our scale is only 3.0 to 4.2, so 0.2 volts is a lot. 50S, huge voltage drop compared to the 45B. 42A did really well, almost, no, pretty close to the 45B. 363, that dropped to 355, only what, 0.08 lower. 40T, I just tested one, 344. How does that compare to 50S? Almost exactly the same, 343 and 344. So both Samsungs have very significant voltage drop at 35 amps, and as a bummer, that's my bike, and as a bummer, that's why my sort of claim of the 29 kilowatts power, theoretically, it's true in theory, but in reality, look, when you hit it with a 35 amp load, 35 amps, there's your voltage drop below nominal. So this equates to dropping below 72 volts from 84 to below 72, like maybe even 68, 69 on a 72 volt pack. So you're talking like over 12 volts of voltage drop. Okay, sorry about the long thing, but I just want to again explain why the power rating on packs can be deceptive, because we're talking about in a perfect world, the theoretical power output is the amps rating of the cell, 35 amp in the case of 40T, times your full pack voltage. So let's say 84 for a 72 volt pack, and whatever that equals. So you say, oh yeah, it's a, in my case, it's 315 amps because I have 9P and I have 92.4 volts. So that 92.4 times 315 amps, that's where I get the 29 kilowatts. But you look at in reality, as soon as you try to do a launch at that full power, you have huge voltage drop to less than 50% charge level. So pretty crazy. Okay, sorry about that long thing, but hopefully it's useful information. Okay, and so we compared all the voltage drops, P45B. Okay, let's look at the finish, the end. So this is 3 minutes. You saw some of the cell Samsungs got really hot. I almost had to shut it down, but this is really a worst case scenario. I can't think of a case where you're going to be running full power, 20 kilowatts for 3 minutes straight. Even a top speed test, you're not going to be nailing it for 3 minutes. That's pretty abusive, but wanted to test and see. Okay, so 45B, where did we end up in pink? 328 volts. So there's our reference. So after 3 minutes of hitting it straight 35 amps, we were 328. Where's 50S? 314. Okay, 0.14 lower. Not as much of a drop, to be honest, as I was expecting. Where is 42A? 316. So again, look at that. That's kind of an interesting difference, and I'm surprised. I would have expected 42 to do a lot better than the 50S, but look at that. Voltage drop is not as much at the end of 3 minutes. Is not almost no difference between that and the 42A. Very interesting. The initial voltage drop on the Samsung is much worse, much worse. But after 3 minutes, the voltage drop, under the load is almost the same as the 42A. Very interesting. And now again, bringing in the rear, how did the 40Ts perform? 308. So look at that, 308 compared to 328 on the 45B, 308 compared to 314 on the 50S. But again, like I said, remember you're draining a higher percentage of the capacity because this is a much smaller capacity cell. No, what's the quick conclusion to make from all this? Like I said, I'll do charts. The quick conclusion, no, I showed from the mixed use test, the 50S performed surprisingly well on the mixed use test, where I had high drain and low, high drain and then low, high drain and then low. 50S did really well. Ridiculously expensive. You're looking at $4,000 for a P50B pack right now. So that's sort of unobtainable at the moment. I'm sure those are going to follow the same price pattern and drop in price as the 45B had. If you're an MX rider, or you're going to really be riding, really using a lot of power, 21 and be running 21, pulling 25 kilowatts, really fast road riding, then to me, it's definitely worth it to choose the 42A over the 50S. But if range is the main thing you're looking for, and keep in mind that mixed use test, that was like 12 kilowatts for a longer time, and then what was it, like 17, 18 kilowatt burst. So which is actually in reality, at least for me, that's how a lot of my riding is. I'll have little bursts of higher power use, whether off-road or on-road, and then longer uses of low power, and then a burst of high power, and then longer low power. At least how I ride, and I think actually how a lot of people ride. That's sort of realistic. So in that case, I hate to say it, but the results are the results, because I was really ragging on the 50S for a long time. It was a terrible cell. In that mixed result test, the 50S actually performed quite well. So if you're looking mostly for longer range, longer capacity, and you can have the self-control and restraint, not to just nail it, full power for a minute straight, 2-3 minutes, but you're just going to have little bursts of higher power, and then most of your time you're going to be running, say at 8, 9, 10 kilowatts max, just with the occasional burst of 15, 18. Then the 50S is a great cell if you can have that, like I said, self-control. 45B versus 42A. No, like I already said, if you can get them if you're a battery builder and you're only paying €1 more per cell, it's a no-brainer. The 45B is a king of cells. No, I'm taking the 50B out of the equation, like I said, because for most people right now, $4,000 pack, with 2,200 euros just in cells only, or 2,400 euros or more, 2,500 bucks, is not practical. You're not going to spend 4,000 on a pack. So 50B, of course, is going to be the top, but taking what's realistically available now, 45B obviously is at the top. I guess my point is, for most people who are not DIYing a battery pack, which I totally get it, talk to your battery builder, and if they are, for example, they have a 42 and a 45 that they're asking way more money, charging double, for example, it costs double for the 45B pack, the 42A, well, those are old prices. That's the old reality from 9 months ago or a year or more ago. The 45B no longer costs double the 42A. So the 45B is so far ahead of everything else on the market. Like I said, forgetting temporarily about the 50B, the 45B is so far ahead of everything else, voltage, drop temperature, everything wise, that if it costs you a few hundred extra bucks or euros to get a pack with a 45B, I would absolutely choose that cell, no question. It's better, the capacity, yeah, it's a little less than the 50S, but the performance is so much better in every other way. I would easily give up 10% less range to have the performance of the 45B.
So here it is, just arrived from China to Luxembourg to Poland to Ukraine. No, it looks pretty simple, but very exciting thing. And now, here it is, what I've been waiting for a month. Oh, actually much longer than a month, more like 8 months since this was first announced at the beginning of
2024. But this particular cell is taking a month to get here from China because it made a long circuitous route to get to Ukraine. Anyway, very excited that it's here. You know, I have no doubt that it's an authentic P50B. There's only a couple places selling them now. One of the first ones here, there's a date code on it. I don't even know what test to do first. I'm so, you know, kind of overwhelmed thinking about how I want to test it and see how it does. I'm expect to be, you know, kind of awed by it. So let's get it charged, and no, obviously going to do the same test that we ran here on the other cells to see how it compares. We'll have to decide what to do first, but yeah, finally it's here and can't wait to try it out. Before I do the next test, I want to just weigh it because it's already gone through my mind. I got this from Ali. What if this is just a rewrap P45B? So I already did these all weighing, but yeah, they all came in. The 45s were pretty close. So 66.89, you're seeing this along with me for the first time. And here's the 50. Oh, it's definitely heavier. 69.53. 69.53. Let's grab another 45. Okay, here's another 45 from Encon. 66.89. So I think that was the same, yeah? 66.89. And the 50. Oh, that's a significant difference. 69.53. And the 45s. 66.92. Can't see that. 66.88. Very consistent. So it's definitely not a rewrapped P45B, because that's a significant weight difference. I decided first, before even charging it, to do IR and see how we do on that. So don't even know what the charge is from the factory. We'll see. Hold on. Let's try to focus here. I'm hoping for 350 volts from factory. I'm expecting it to be low. I don't know why that first one says 655. 009. 009. How does that compare to my 45Bs? Oh, it's, yeah, much better. 12, 13, 12, 13, 10. I was actually thought it might even be a little bit less on this, but anyway, 009, that's good. This thing took forever to charge. How long? Oh, it doesn't show. Anyway, it was like almost 3 hours from 3.5 volts. Going to let it cool off a little bit. It's a little warm from charging. We'll cool off 10-15 minutes, top it a little bit, and then start. Okay, here we go. First P50B test. I let it cool off a little bit. So what are we at? 28.1. That's a low starting temperature, but we'll keep in mind the change. So anyway, 10.416 amps. This is our constant 55 miles per hour. Sorry about the shadow there. So okay, we're ready, fully charged. Here we go. First cycle on the P50B. .403 voltage drop. 403. Coming up on 1 minute. 394, 28.3. 394, 28.3. Look at the voltage compared to the P45. Look at the voltage. No, temperature, I need to write the starting temperature. Voltage drop is more than I would have expected. I would have thought it would be much less than the 45. Okay. We'll pause for 3 minutes. Okay, coming up toward 3 minutes. On the 45, we were at 388 and 32 Celsius. I'm surprised on the voltage drop, I really am. Temperature's staying lower, but I'm surprised about that. 388 and 29.5. 388 and 29.5. Okay, coming up on 5 minutes soon. For comparison, on the 45, we were at 382 and 32.9. I gotta do the delta temperature. 382 and 32.9 we were at. The voltage drop is almost the same. I'm really surprised at that. I'm shocked. Very surprised. 382 and 30.8. 382 and 30.8. Very surprised about the voltage drop. Okay, we are coming up towards 10 minutes, and I have to say I'm shocked. I'm surprised. For reference, on the 45B, after 10 minutes, it was at 362 and 34.4 plus 2.7. I gotta calculate the delta temperature. 362 and 34.4. I was expecting much less voltage drop from the 50 than any of the others, but the 45 especially too. And the voltage drop is almost the same. I'm really shocked. Okay, here we go, and we'll analyze it after. 364 and 33.0. 364 and 33.0. Okay, let's look at voltage drop first. Well, talked about the initial, very surprising to see the voltage drop for the 50B actually worse than the 45. Like I said, this maybe it was a Hero 45, but the differences were just hundredths. And this is an early production P50B, but I assume it had to have been tested and met the standards. But anyway, 50B had 403, 45B had 404, actually did better. Very surprised. I was expecting the P50B to be like 4.10. Let's look at voltage drop. So after 1 minute, 45 was at 394, 50 was the same. Very surprising. 3 minutes, 45 was 388, 50B was 388. 5 minutes, they're the same again. Very surprising. 10 minutes, at that point, 50B started to do a little better than the 45, 364 and 362, but very small difference. But this is what really surprises me, temperature. So after 1 minute, actually I noticed the temperature indicated on the cell goes down a hair at the beginning, so it actually showed lower after 1 minute. Here we were at plus 0.02 on the 50. 3 minutes plus 0.03, and the 50B already plus 1.4. Very strange. 5 minutes, the 45 was plus 1.2. The 50 was plus 2.7. Strange. And look, at 10 minutes, the P45B only increased 2.7 Celsius. I talked about that in this comparison. And the 50B that I have here, you saw it, plus 4.9 Celsius. Strange. Really strange. I think the next test I do, I'll try to get the starting temp, around 30, 31, to have it be a little closer. See if that makes a difference. But man, this comparison test has a lot of shocking results. I was expecting the 50B to just trounce, the 45, less temperature increase and much less voltage drop. Okay, next P50B test, 23 amps. Starting temp a little closer to before, 29.7. No, can't make it warmer. That's the closest I can get it. For comparison, the numbers we're looking at to compare with P45B, sorry about that shit again, 387 initial, 374, 368, and 360. So let's keep the pen there. I'll make graphs later. Sorry about that. Okay, so here we go. 29.7 and 23 amps. $382 for initial voltage drop. And what does that compare to? Holy shit. Why? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Like, did I get a bad cell? Is this pre-production? Is it not authentic? How can P50B have more voltage drop than a 45? It doesn't make sense. So when I thought I paused the video after 1 minute, I actually stopped it and didn't restart. Well, I guess I need to run it again to show. No, actually, fuck that. I'll do the 30 and 35 and film it correctly. But these are the results that we got. I accidentally paused it after 1 minute. Let's look at the ending, 3 minutes. This is P50B. Well, actually, no, you can't see it here because it already went back up to the higher voltage. We ended at 356 and 39.6 temperature. The P45B was 360 and 40.8. So 360, 356. 50B had worse voltage drop. How is that even possible? How is it possible that the 50B can perform worse? And temperature 39.6, this was 40.8, but we started a little lower. Remember, we started at 28 point something, 7 or something. And the initial voltage drop, 382, we were at 387. No, 384 for one, 387, 382. So voltage drop is worse. Voltage drop after 3 minutes is worse. And temperature increase, have to calculate. So strange. Maybe the main improvement is less temperature increase, that they're designed to have similar voltage drop characteristics with a 45, but just greater capacity and less temperature increase. And maybe the differences become more apparent at 30 and 35. That's going to be really interesting to see and compare. But I need to go back and look at Mooch's charts. I'll put them on here too, to compare the voltage drop graph between the 45 and the 50. I was just thinking, maybe I was wrong, that the 50 would have a lot less voltage drop. So, but maybe the design of it is just similar voltage drop, but better temperature performance and higher capacity. Okay, here we go. Next test, 30 amp. See if my disappointment improves. Starting temp 30.2. Just for comparison, I know this is a huge mess. I'll make a nice chart. But the yellow here are what we're looking at on P45B for comparison. It's here. So initial, this is 30 amp. Initial voltage drop 373, 1 minute 359, 351, and 342. So 373 is what the 45B did. Okay, just came off the charger. So we're at 30.0. Here we go. $375. Yeah, very strange. I just checked, by the way, on Ali to see if I can buy another P50B to test, and they're all sold out. They're gone. They had them for about a couple weeks, and now they're gone. I did find one place in UK that has them advertised, so I'll see if I can get one more from there just to check it out. Okay, where were we at 1 minute 45, 359. Okay, here we come up on 1 minute, 360, 35.4. Yeah, it's strange. I did want to say one thing. This batch that it's from, when I bought these, there were like 5-6 sellers that had the P50B, had just gotten them in, and they were all, the cells were from the same batch. So this is like the first batch being sold to the public, not in huge quantities. So even if I had, that's the other reason why I didn't get another one from Ali, from another seller, because they were all the same batch. So I think the results would have been the same. Okay, 2 minutes coming up. 352, 42.3. Where were we on the 45B? 351. Almost the same. Why? How is it possible? I don't freaking understand it. This is actually upsetting to me because I've been waiting for this cell for a month. I was expecting to be wowed, going wow from the great performance, and actually I'm going wow from the unexpectedly not good performance. It's like same as 45. It's very strange. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes. Let's see where we end up. .343, 480, 42, 343. How is it possible? Identical almost voltage drop. Temperature 49.2, 48.0, and almost the same starting. So yeah, a little less temperature gain, but 1 degree Celsius better, and 0.01 less voltage drop. I was honestly expecting the 50B to be like as much better over the 45B as the 45 is over the 42. It's like a 10% increase across the board from 42 to 45. I was expecting like a 10% increase across the board in performance from the 50B. Just one quick thing I forgot to mention, the initial voltage drop. So at 30 amps, initial voltage drop on the 50B was 375, but look at the 45Bs, 373 from the Encon one and 371 from the military. 373, 371, this had 375. So yeah, a hair less voltage drop, but we're talking about 2 100ths or 4 100ths of a volt less voltage drop. 50B. Realized I forgot to do the 35 amp test, so time to do it. Kind of an important one. Starting temp 30.5, just came off the charger. 30.5. Okay, 35 amps. Here we go. .364 initial voltage drop. We were at 348. Sorry about that reflection, but you would expect the 50B to do better at higher amps, but I think it's pretty much going to be equal. Okay, here we come. 1 minute. 350 and 39.3. 350 and 39.3. Slightly better. Under 5 volts. Okay, here we go. 2 minutes. 340 and 48.3. 340 and 48.3. 1/100th better. The two P45Bs were at 330 and 328. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes. .330, 56.8. 330, 56.8. 330, 328. 57.7, 55.8. How the P50B did on 35 amp. Initial voltage drop was 364. 364 initial voltage drop. 45B 365 and 363, right in the middle. Let's just go to the end at 3 minutes. So the voltage drop 50B was 3.30. This is 45B number 2, 330. 45B number 1, Encon and military, 328, 330. 50B 330. Identical basically. Ending temperature 56.8. On this one 55.8, 57.7. Starting 29.5 C. .366 volts. 350, 37.1, 340, 46.4, 340, 46.4. Expecting and should be better, and basically same as 45. I thought maybe at higher amps we'd see the difference appear there, but well, you can see it's not. 3 minutes coming up. 330, 55.4. 330, 55.4. Here's P50Bs. Okay, we're halfway through the capacity test on the P50B, and 2640 milliamp hours used. Just a quick clip. This is where we ended up on the P50B. 4613, 16.8. So more interesting and unexpected results from this P50B. It keeps surprising me. I don't know if it's in a good way or not. Finish the capacity test. Remember, my capacity test, 280. I don't kill the cells down to 2.50, so that's why you're not seeing what the factory showed. But look at this. 4613 milliamp hours is what we showed down to 2.80. Now the interesting thing is what your real comparison is with the 50S, right? Because these are two supposedly 5,000 milliamp hour cells. So here's where the 50S was full. Look at that. Again, down to 2.8, same test exactly, 4856. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? I don't quite understand how there can be that much of a difference, but I mean, it is what it is. I started at 4.2, super low drain rate, 0.4 amps. It took 12 hours to drain it completely, and it takes forever to charge it. Charging takes forever. It feels like huge capacity, but look here. I mean, the test doesn't lie. I just took it off to charge for the next test, but that's what we did. 4613 milliamp hours, 16.8 watt hours, down to 2.8, 11 and a half hours. And then the other thing is that's interesting, I made a clip too also where we're at 50% charge by voltage. You know, this comparison I talked about where 50% is not actually 50%. So we were at 2640 at 3.60 volts. So that works out based on the total capacity, 4613, at 57.23%. So a bit different than what I had for both the 50S and the P45B. Sorry, I keep adding to this, but one more interesting thing I think it's worth noting, because you know this is the 50 is really the comparison against the 45, right? Is it worth the difference? So let's talk about capacity with the advertised versus the actual that I measured. The advertised capacity of the 50B is 5,000, obviously. The advertised capacity of the P45B is 4,500. So that means that the P50 is 1.111 times the capacity of 4,500, so 11.11% more capacity based on the advertised specs, right? P50B should have 11.11% more capacity. But what did we actually measure? Well, on the 45, I did 3 of them, but I'll take the middle example, was 4269, and like I just said, on the P50B, 4613. So that comes out to 1.080 or 8.0% more actual. So in reality, based on the cells that I have here, the examples, no, I have many P45s, but on the example P50B I have here, based on that cell, it only has 8% more actual capacity than the P45B, you know, the average of them, when the advertised capacity is 11.11% more capacity. 7 seconds, 23 amps, and then to 23 seconds, 12 amps, so 23 and 12. Okay, here we go. 7 seconds and 23. Okay, now we run it out to 5 minutes, and we will go back and see
how it compares. But I can tell you right now, 369, that's identical to P45Bs. So 369, 34.5.
Way, very surprised to see these results so close together for the ending voltage. So we'll see how the 50B does. I'm expecting it to be basically identical to the 45. Okay, I'm actually finished with the video already and in the process of editing it now, and I realized that I don't have the full 23 amp pull for the 50B. The video got cut off, so just so you guys know that the results I put on there are honest and accurate, I'm going to rerun it again and just shoot it here. So just quickly, briefly, this is 50B 23 amp, run again. Cell is a very cold temperature. It's been sitting at room temperature and I just topped it off. .381 voltage drop. Okay, 1 minute. 370, 29.3. And 2 minutes. 364, 33.5. Okay, P50B coming up on 3 minutes. Let's see if we're consistent. .357, 37.3. Okay, 50B test, running it again for the 23 amp. Luckily, basically identical results, which is good. So let's go over voltage. Initial voltage drop was 381. First time was 382, so very close. After 1 minute, 370, 370, identical. After 2 minutes, 364, 364, identical. And at the end, three minutes, we had 357 the second time and 356. Okay, guys, here is the revelation about the P50B. Some very interesting stuff. I have huge amount of information in my head. I have a brain download that I need to try and give you guys, and I'm going to move this over here so it's better visible. Huge amount of information. It's the next morning. I almost couldn't sleep last night because of these test results were really bothering me. Didn't understand why it was so messed up. So I'll try to say this in the shortest possible way because I've done a bunch of more research. I'm going to put on the screen here while I'm talking some results from Mooch, and I'm going to have in the description the links to Mooch's test, because this is information based on my testing and Mooch's test. Here's the bottom line. Okay, as you saw from those tests, I was super frustrated. By the way, this is the P50B. I did this half asleep last night at 2 a.m. to put on the capacity test. So it's the P50B, just the label is at the bottom. It's doing the capacity test now. And this is an authentic P50B. I was wondering if I got a fake rewrap 45. Nope, it's not. It's authentic, and I'll explain how I know for sure. So, long story short, how to say this quickly. I was going into this with kind of wrong expectations. Let's put it that way. And actually, it's a good thing. Here's the, sorry about this janky phone. I'll put these on the screen too, but here's your P45B and the P50B. These are the two key things to look at. The discharge curves on the 50B and the 45. I didn't look at these comparatively super closely before doing this test. It's good I didn't, because I didn't go into it with any preconceived notions. Here's the bottom line. The 50B, and I'll go over these points, sorry it's messy, but I'll make a nice graphic. The 50B is a small incremental improvement over the 45. It's not night and day. It's I was expecting like the difference between the 42A and the 45B, huge difference. Better performance in voltage drop, better performance in temperature increase, better performance in capacity, all that stuff. That's what I was expecting from the 50B, but my expectation actually was wrong, and it's all kind of actually answered in these curves and in Mooch's description of the test. The P50B is basically just a slightly higher capacity version of the 45. That's it. The voltage drop curve is practically exactly the same. I mean, it's within, manufacturing error, basically identical. So your voltage drop curve, your temperature increase curve on the 50B and the 45, at a given amp discharge, and you saw from the testing, my testing was correct. I was, incredulous. Why is this basically the same as the 45B voltage drop and the temperature? Well, that's how it's designed. This was not designed to be a night and day improvement as far as voltage drop and temp increase. This is just as a small incremental improvement, mainly in capacity. I'm going to go over all the differences here in a second. So now, I'm showing, sorry, in this janky phone. I'm here at a temporary rental apartment. I don't have my tablets here with me or that, anything like that. But let's just look, for example, and I'll put on the screen too so you can see it better, but let's look, for example, at the 30 amp curve, okay, and the voltage drop, the initial voltage drop, just to show how these are the same. So this is the 45B, 30 amp. My initial voltage drop test shows it, I measure it at 5 seconds. Now on Mooch's, unfortunately, this x-axis is based on drain, milliamps used, not time, and I go by time. But looking at it, just when it comes, a little bit off the initial drop, on 30 amps for the P45B, we're at about 375, I would say, right around 375. Now, let's go to the 50B, 30 amps again, purple there, and look at just off of the start, 375, even a little bit less, a little bit more voltage drop. Interesting, huh? Let's look at 20 amp. Compare the 20 amp initial voltage drop. Again, this is a 45B, so 20 amp, we're going just a little bit when it starts there, so it's right around 385. 385, maybe a hair higher. So now P50B, 20 amp, the curve starts about there. Look at 385. So my point is that at whatever amp, this is the 50B again, whatever amp load you're looking at, the voltage drop is identical basically. And also the temp is going to be identical also. Let's look at 30 amp, light blue. His maximum temp he hit, this is the 50B, sorry about that, 70 Celsius. 45B, 69 Celsius. So basically identical. 40 amps, 82 Celsius. 40 amps, 80 Celsius. No limit, he did cut off at 80 Celsius there. So my point is that voltage drop and temp increase are the same. It's the identical response. And the main thing obviously we're looking for performance for Surron is voltage drop and temp increase. No, capacity of course is important too. One point I want to make, Mooch's test, the 45B, Molicel rates it for 50 amps peak. No, for a peak burst. Mooch did not, sorry about that, hold on. Mooch did not test it at 50. He tested maximum at 40. It can do 50 peaks. Here's the curve for 50 on the P50B and 60 amps, so I'm sure on the 45 the 50 amp curve is going to be basically identical. But the 60 peak, the P50B is rated for 60 peak and the P45B for 40, but 50 peak. But notice here, Mooch's rating, sorry about that again, I'll show a better version on the screen while I'm talking here, but on Mooch's overall rating, even though on the 45B, even though they claim 50 peak, because of the temp hitting 80 Celsius, he gave it a rating of 35 amps maximum. And look at, here we go, 50B, what's it show? Even though they claim 60 peak, which it can do for a few seconds, he rated it at 35 amps maximum. So my point is that performance-wise, except for capacity, these are basically the same. But your voltage drop curves and your temp increase, 45 and 50B, they're identical. Difference is 50B can run a little bit longer. Obviously, it's got 10% more capacity, so you have more capacity. But what is interesting is at lower amp rates, lower, I'm talking under 20, The difference is very negligible. It's like 2%, he said. I went into this test thinking the 50B was going to be just a revelation because, you know, how much it's been talked up, how much in the forums people are talking about it, how amazing it is, how expensive it is. I was thinking P50B is just going to kill the 45 in performance, you know, main things, voltage drop, temperature. You saw from the testing, I was dumbfounded. I was even angry because it was performing basically identical to all my 45Bs. But my assumption was wrong. It's not, they didn't make it to be a night and day difference. The 50B is not a breakthrough over the 45 like the 45B was a P42A. Look at my testing of the 45B versus 42A. Huge difference, just a night and day, completely, you know, different world of performance. This is not the case at all with a 50B versus the 45. Not a breakthrough, practically identical to the P45B. IR2, that was kind of my first surprise. I was expecting IR to be way less on these than on the 45. I got 9. Mooch's testing, he got the exact same thing. By the way, all my tests here, my capacity tests, all that, what's the right word? Jibes with, it corresponds with, it confirms. My results are confirming Mooch's test. You know, nothing contradicts it. I'll show here a screenshot from what Mooch said about it. The main difference on the 50B, there's two. First of all, obviously the capacity, about 10% higher. It runs just a hair longer, up to 20 amps, only 2% longer time-wise. 2% longer, that's it. If you're running constant 30 amps, 5% longer, but it's rare that we do that. And if you're running constant 40 amps, it runs 12% longer. So the biggest improvement is in the scenario where you have constant high power output, constant huge power. The one example I could think of is like professional motocross racing. That is the case where you see the biggest improvement in how long it lasts. But there's a big but about that. Okay, next thing is the 50B is rated to 60 amp peak by Molicel, I should say. The 45B is rated to 50 amp peak, but both of them, Mooch only gives a rating up to 35 amps maximum, you saw there on his site, because both of them hit 80 Celsius after a while at either 50 amps or 60 amps. So the point is that for longer continuous use, they're identical in how much their temperature, you know, goes up. And number 5, I was reading some of the technical papers. This was months ago, but I've read a lot of the technical briefs on Molicel's website. They have a product roadmap, a long-term roadmap for their cylindrical cells, their 2170s. It started with the A series, which is a P42A. They moved on now to the B series, which we're currently on, with the P45B and the P50B now. And in the future, there's going to be a C series, and so on and so forth. So when you think about it, actually, it makes a lot of sense that the 50B is just a small incremental improvement over the 45B, that their curves are almost basically identical because they're the same series. It's a 50B versus a 45B. Now the C series, that's what I'm guessing is going to see huge improvements in these things, and maybe it'll even be tabless. Okay, so about the product roadmap. Now here's the interesting thing. We got to talk about cost and price performance. But what I figured is you can actually achieve the same result to make your own result equal to a P50B pack, and this is again with a Surron example, by just adding one more P45B in parallel to your pack. By adding one more 45B, for example, instead of a 20S 9P pack for Surron 72 volt, by going to just a 20S 10P pack, you basically get the same result as you would by going to a P50B, with that 20S 9P, at a much cheaper price, obviously. So you can get pretty much the same results, except for that 60 amp, peak momentary rating, which I'm going to argue in a sec is useless anyway, by just adding one more P45B in parallel, if you have space. So keep that in mind. But now, cost, this is the thing that we have to talk about. Obviously, at the time I'm filming this, which is late summer 2024, the P50B is brand new on the market, so the prices are going to be ridiculous. I'm sure it's going to come down over time. You could be watching this and these are half or less the price of what I have now, but right now the price of these is 10 to 12 euros. It's absolutely ridiculous. It has maybe 5 to 10% improvement over the 45B. Really, realistically, it's only in capacity, which is about 10% more. So that cost is absolutely ridiculous. Now, before I get to the last point about fair price, I need to mention about 60 amps. Yes, it can do 60 amp peak, you know, momentarily. Here we go. It can do, there's the voltage drop, even more, but it can do 60 amp peak for a short time instead of 50. But on E-Moto, that's not realistic at all. Why is it not realistic? Because every other component, every other aspect of your battery pack, like your bus bars, your internal connecting wires, your BMS, your connector, it needs to handle 600 amps. Well, for example, if you're doing a 10P, 20S10P pack, so you would have 600 amps max. All the ancillary components of your battery pack have to be up to that level. And in the small space that we have, it's totally not realistic to have all the other components be up to 600 amps. They have to be way beefier than we have space for in an E-Moto. Let's give an example of QS8 or QS10. Both of those, QS8 no way can handle 600 amps. QS10 no way, can't even handle near 600 amps. If you've ever seen a QS10, how big it is, it's basically the palm of your hand. It fills the whole palm of your hand is how huge a QS10 is. So my point is that doing 60 amps, for example, 600 amps in an E-Moto pack, it's not realistic. The most realistic that we can do in this size format, in this size battery pack that we have space for, is, I would argue, 400, 450 amps. The real value of it, it's only worth about 5 to 10% more than the price of the P45B. So whatever the P45B is at the time you're watching this from your source, the 50B should only be 5 to 10% more. For example, now from Encon, to get these shipped to Ukraine, this is not including VAT, the 45Bs are about 4.5 euros. So based on that price, the real value of the 50B, the fair price should be 5 euros, about 10% more maximum. Obviously, they're much more than that now. So anyway, obviously you can be watching this, you know, a year, 2 years, 5 years from when I'm filming, and the prices are going to be completely different. But at the current price, obviously it's not worth it. To get basically the same result, you can just add one more 45B in parallel. So it's not revolutionary at all. Yes, I was disappointed because I was expecting it to be revolutionary based on the hype, and it's good that I tested because we can see now the real deal, what the real case is. That said, it's not the absolute end of the video here because there is a new cell that's come out that looks supposed to be revolutionary. It's tabless. I'm waiting for it to come, so I can't finish the test just yet, as much as I want this to be the end of it, because one more cell is coming, and this one supposedly has revolutionary performance. Okay, the first Lishens are here, LR2170LA. These I'm sourcing all from Ukraine. The numbers I wrote on are just tracking numbers, so I keep track of which cell came from which seller. I'm going to get about 5 or 6 of these, so I get a representative sampling. I think there's a low chance of these being fake because these are the cheapest cells here. Most likely the P45Bs are going to be fake, which I found. Anyway, got like 5 or 6 of these coming. I'm really excited to test them because I found pricing. No, on IMR, it's crazy. I don't understand why they're so high. I'll show on here what, I'm going to go over all the prices, but on IMR, I think they were like $5-6, which is insane. Strangely, Encon does not sell these. I don't know why, because it's a popular sell. But I think the best way to source these, if you're going to get them, is directly on Alibaba. If you don't have, you need to set up an Alibaba account, and you can get them. I'll put the information on the screen. Notice a little color difference too. I just kind of see that in the light. I'll put on the screen, but in general, I'll show on here. You can get these in quantity for about $1.20 each, and even if you add, say, $60 shipping to US, I'm getting 200 of them. You're still only at like $1.50 each. So I'm really excited because if these perform pretty well, they have, by the way, the same specs. The factory specs are the same as the 40T. Interesting, huh? Oh no, shit, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. It's the other one.
No, I'll put it on here. I think these are the same, and I have one more Chinese cell coming. I believe these are the same rating as the 40T also, which is 4,000 milliamp hours and 35 amp peaks. Yeah, they came in 372, which is unusual. Oh, those are looking pretty low. That's looking pretty good. 16. Wow, that's better than some of the Molicel P42s, I think. I think it's better than the 50S. Oh, that's surprisingly good. 16. Okay, let's look at the next one. Okay, next one here, U4962. Oh, it already started. That's pretty strange, though. Look at what the voltage was. This just came from out of the box from the seller. This was at 379 volts, also higher than the normal storage voltage, so it's something that's been charged, which is weird. Also looking good though. 13, wow, that's great. So yeah, I was right. I'll put on the screen the IMR batteries page and actually the Lishen product PDF. They're rated at 45 amps peak with 80 Celsius cutoff. No, obviously you can pull 40 amps out of the 50S or the 40T also. It's not good for the cell. 35 amps peak is the real rating for cycle life, and 4,000 milliamps. So very cool, because these and the other Chinese cell I'm getting, which will be here soon, they have the same specs as my guys that I've used a lot, 40Ts. So specs are identical. 35 amp peak maximum continuous, 4,000 milliamp hours. I believe that these are going to be about at least double the price of the Lishens, but we'll see how they perform. Okay, here we go. First test on the Lishen LR2170LAs. Gonna do the constant 55 mile an hour test, so 10.4 amps. What I expect this to perform similar to is a 40T, which ended up the test at 353 volts and 9.5 plus Celsius. So here we go. Oh, it'd be great if I did the temperature probe, yeah? Temp. .394 initial voltage drop. 394. So I have to say, the Samsung, the 40T, ended it at 353. We're at that now, and this temp increase looks really good too. Gotta calculate it, compare. Very, no, for the first one, this is the first one, very impressive so far. 352, 35.0. 352, 35.0. Okay, so here's the result of the first Lishen cell test, and I think it did really good. I'm actually surprised. Almost comparable to the 40T. Let's look at initial voltage drop. So, first 5 seconds under load. The 40T to 397, which was actually the 50S did worse, 394. The Lishen did 394, so actually the same voltage drop as one of my 50S's. So that's interesting. Temp increase for the first few minutes was really looking great. I mean, it was just a couple degrees. By the end, we were at plus 7.3 Celsius, which is better than the 40T did. Let's look at the 50S. 50S's, here's both of them, 7.9, 8 Celsius basically, and 9.4. So look at that. It had better temperature increase characteristics than the 50S, and the 40T. So on temp increase, the Lishen, this Lishen, we'll confirm it with the other ones, has less temp increase than the Samsung 40T and the 50S's. That's pretty impressive. And impressive also is the voltage drop. Look at that. At the end of 10 minutes, we're at 352, only 1/100th behind the 40T. That's pretty damn impressive. Now, I have read a couple places where they said they're comparing this as a low-cost alternative to the P42A. And it's not really competitive with the 42A, because the 42A
Well, I mean, maybe. This is these are the two 42As, 357. So pretty significant difference in voltage drop. This was 352, 357, and one did plus 5.8, one did plus 7.0. So these two were pretty close. That one did better. So, I mean, yeah, you know, it's definitely not in the same category, but it's not a world worse than the P42A. And forgot just to add, for the money, the price difference, if these you can get for $1.50 each, and P42As are still, say, around €4, $5. I think they're even more. I've got to check the IMR battery price. But if these are $5 and these are $1.50, to live with, you know, this difference in voltage drop and this difference in temperature, Lishen seemed like a pretty good bargain. But the one thing that obviously this doesn't take into account is cycle life. None of my testing, unfortunately, that I'm doing now is showing cycle life, how these perform, you know, after 1,000 cycles of drawing 10 amps. I need to add one more to my assumptions, my preconceived notions. My assumption that I just had in my mind, and that's why I wasn't even going to test these at first, is that these super cheap Lishen cells, the kind that you see in the super cheap $600 Amorage Surron packs, yes, you can actually get a 72 volt Surron pack from Amorage for $600, which is incredibly, ridiculously cheap. My assumption was that because they're so cheap, they had to be total crap, right? I mean, how could something that cheap not be? So far, we'll confirm it with more testing, but so far, that assumption is wrong too, because they appear to be performing not bad at all. Second Lishen, doing the 55 mile an hour test. $398. $398. Now this one is definitely performing a bit better than the first one. We'll see which, you know, what the average comes out to be, what the norm is. Okay, coming up on 10 minutes. 354, 36.2. This one did better. Initial voltage drop 398. Better than the 40T, better than one of the P42As, almost identical. Better than the 50S. That's pretty amazing. Then the other thing that's quite impressive is, well, you can see here how it did at 5 minutes, 375, better than the 40T, almost as good as the P42A. And then at 10 minutes, 354, better than the 40T, better than the first Lishen. This is 357 on the P42As. So a little bit less, a little bit worse, more voltage drop than the P42A, 3100s. But look at the temp increase. Better than the P42As, plus 5.3. We had 5.8 and 7. Almost as good temp increase as the P50B. So only plus 5.3 Celsius and 354 better than the 40. I just looked at the pricing on the 40T and IMR batteries. I'm looking at 200 quantity, like for a Surron battery pack. And at IMR, they are $425 each. So compare that, $425 each for the 40T. The Lishen you can get from Alibaba for about, no, $1.20 each, but figure with shipping for 200, about $1.50. So $1.50 for these, with these results, and $425 for that, with that result. You know, I just realized I didn't do the weight on these guys yet, the Lishens. So let's do that and see where we end up. You know, I bought all these tester instruments for you guys to do this video because I really wish this video had been done before I built my first pack. Okay, 6453. Okay, this one, 6496. just to show that we're calibrated correctly here. 50 gram weight. And third, this guy, 6479. Okay, now this guy on the 55 mile an hour test, U2417. Alright, let's see how it does. See which one's representative. I hope the better performing one, I hope that's the norm. Oh, starting temp, 29.7. $398 initial voltage drop. 390, 30.0. 390, holy shit, that's great, 30.0. Stuff that provides really good performance for the money has always gotten me excited. I used to be a home theater audio video journalist, writer for magazines back in the very early part of this century, and what always got me really excited about home theater stuff or audio video equipment was when a new component came out, whether it was a projector or, no, usually projector, but amplifier, display, TV, whatever, that gave really great performance, but at a much reduced price than similar performing competition. That always got me really excited. So, even though Lishen, it's not a brand name like Molicel or like Samsung, you can't brag to your friends that you got a brand name battery like Molicel. If these things perform pretty close to the 40T or even pretty close to the P42A for such a reduced price, I would totally use those. Nobody can see the brand of cells that's inside your battery pack, and if you want to look cool, just stick a Molicel sticker on the outside of your battery box, like on the McMurtry Sperling car. Just get some Molicel stickers and stick on there. Nobody will know the difference. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes. Let's see where we're at. 384, 31.2. 384, 31.2. Okay, 376, 32.6. 376, 32.6. Look at that. I know this video is going to be super long, but I'm surprised and excited by these results. Look at this, is after 5 minutes, 55 miles an hour, 376, 32.6, but we got to look at different starting temps. But look at the voltage drop. Better than the 40T, obviously. Equal to the P42A voltage drop. Okay, coming up on 10 minutes here. I have to say, I am really surprised and impressed by the performance so far of these Lishens, at least on this test at 10.4 amps. Maybe they won't do so well at higher amps, but 10.4, I'm super impressed. I'm more impressed with these. I expected to be super impressed with the P50Bs, and I was disappointed. The Lishens, I had low expectations, and they're actually performing surprisingly good. Oh. 355, 34.5. Okay, so I calculated the results of this third Lishen, and holy shit is my reaction. Holy shit. Initial voltage drop, 398, so equal to the second, better performing one. But like I said, at 3 minutes, look at, we were at 384, better than the 40T obviously, and equal to the P42As, and better than the 50S for voltage drop. Amazing, but to me it gets even more impressive at 10 minutes. At 5 minutes also did like the 42. 10 minutes, so we finished at 355, a little behind the P42As. We were even with the P42As at 5 minutes. At 10 minutes it dropped off a little bit, so 355, these were 357. Obviously did better than the 3 and then the 40T. But look at the temperature. This is what just blows me away. Look at this one, did even better. Third did better than the second. Sorry about that. Only plus 4.8 Celsius. That's crazy. Compare that to the 40T, almost 10 Celsius. For the money, pretty impressive. Now I'm real excited to see how it does on higher amps. This is only 10.4 amps, so we'll see, do the results also look good at higher amps. we're 343 and 346. Gotta say, it's doing pretty darn well. Okay, here we go, 3 minutes. 346, 46.3. Okay, 30.4. 373. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes. Other one was 346. Hard to focus on their display, I'm sorry about that. Okay, 347, 347, 44.2. It just hit 340. Okay, third Lishen, 23 amps. Starting temp, lower, 28.3. 28.3. 374. Initial voltage drop. Drop. It seems like, which is strange, but it seems like the ones that have been a little warmer have performed a little bit better. Okay, other cells were 347, 346, 348, 40.9. Here we go, 30 amp, 4962 cell. Starting temp, 28.5. 353 initial voltage drop. Coming up on 3 minutes. Pretty warm. 324, 55.4. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes. Strange, this one is doing kind of significantly better. We'll see how the third one does. Really the main difference is starting temp is a few degrees different, but interesting. They were similar, 10 amps. Okay, 329, 52.6, 329, 30.8. 364. 364. Okay, come up on 1 minute. 350, 37.4. Okay, seems to be doing good. Come up on 2 minutes. 340, 45.1. Okay. 3 minutes coming up. 330, 52.1. Okay, so this one did do the best, but just by a little bit. Voltage drop 374, ending 348. Okay, so there's a result. Initial voltage drop 364. Forgot to highlight that. So a little bit better, a little bit the best. Plus 6.6, 350, doing a little better there. 2 minutes plus 14 plus 15, 340, the same. And 3 minutes we're at 330, which is the best of the three, and plus 21.3 Celsius. So the best performing. So 330 and plus 21 compared to the Samsung, better. We were at 61C, we're at 52C, and 331 and 53C, very close to P42A performance, which is pretty darn impressive. 31.6. 349. Okay, 1 minute. 334, 42.9. Up in 2 minutes, 35 amps. It's a max rated for this cell. I will try it at 40 though. 323, 55.4. Okay, coming up on 3 minutes, getting pretty toasty. See how it compares to the 40T though, which does better. We started kind of warm. That's warm though. So 312, 67.2. Okay, 35 amps with this one. 2852. 10. Let's go with that. $354, $340, and 42.6. This one, like before, is performing a little better than the first one. $330, 53.9. Sorry about focusing that, it's difficult. This one definitely did better. Let's see how it compares to Samsung again. So 317, 64.4. Okay, let's analyze the second one. Pretty amazing performance, to be honest. Initial voltage drop 354. This one did better, and this one actually coming up, it actually did the best on the other ones. 354, 11 Celsius, 22.9. Finishing 317, quite a bit better, and 64.4 plus 33.4. Compare that to 40T. So 317, 64.4 Celsius. Samsung 308, 70 Celsius. And here's what's kind of amazing. P42A, 316. Lishen, 317. I just wanted to kind of go over for a sec the different batches, what the actual serial number is on each of these. The good thing is they're all different. I'm just noting this because there is a little bit of variation. So this is 2417, that's the batch number on it. That's the one that's kind of performed the best. 2852. There's the batch number. You guys who are experts can figure out the production date, 809. And then on this one, there's the batch number. Okay, this one, which was the best performing one, 35 amp. Starting temp, 31.1. $357. So other cells. 340, 41.8. 329, 53.0. 316, 63.0. Okay, so how did this third cell that was kind of the star before do? Well, initial voltage drop, it did the best, 357. That's really good. 340, same. 330, 329, and ending voltage we're at 316, and it just gone from 317 to 16, so basically the same. First and third one did the same. Temp increase 63.0 or plus 31.9, so it had the least temp increase, that did the best on all of them, plus 31.9. How did that compare to, no, what was our ending temperature? 63.0. 63.0. 40T was 70. P42A was 62.7, so only 0.3 degrees difference. Of course, 50S was ridiculous, 73.0. Even the P45B was 57.7, which is pretty dang impressive. 57 also from the P50B. So in general, great performance. Like I said before, still have 2 more tests. Got to do the 40 amp quickly, see how it does on there, and gonna do the mixed load. Okay, Lishen 40 amp. Let's see how she does. Starting temp 30.0. Uh, 344 initial voltage drop. Remember, there's kind of specsmanship going on with these where they say they can do 45 amps, but you know, with reduced cycle life and temperature limited 80 Celsius. It's not really a 45 amp cell, just like the 50S isn't, the 40T isn't. But yes, it can pull peaks. It'll just be interesting to see under this, you know, torture test how it compares to the other cells. Okay, coming up on 1 minute. Let's see where we're at. 329, 44.1. These relations are very impressive. Okay, here we come. 2 minutes. And shut it down. 318, 58.4. 318, 58.4. Okay, so pretty amazing results. Here it is. Sorry about that. Compared to the big boys. So we did initial voltage. I didn't do this on the 40T because it's not rated for it. But I compared it to all the other ones. More expensive. Initial voltage drop 344. Look at P40A actually had more voltage drop, 343. 50S 333. Almost a tenth of a volt higher, better than the Lishen did, 344. So it actually beat the 42A and the 50S. Crazy. After 1 minute, 329. Look at 42A, 327. Actually did better. Look at the 50S, 316. Did better than both of those. Crazy. Temp 44.1. The Molicel 43, so a little better. And 50S was already hotter. And then after 2 minutes, which is really kind of torture testing, we were at 318 volts. Let's make that a little neater. 318. Look at same as P42A. Look at ending temperature 58.4, 59.0. Look at the 50S, 66 Celsius, 7 degrees hotter, and look at the 50S, 309. 318 versus 309. So not only, this is amazing. I thought at the higher amps, the Lishen would kind of, you know, fall apart more. You know, I was expecting it at like 10 up to 20 to kind of be competitive, but, you know, at the higher, for it to really, no, not perform as well. Look at this. At the 40, the highest test I can do, it matches the end voltage after 2 minutes with a Molicel P42A. Crazy. Temperature is actually almost identical, half a degree lower. And look at it compared to the 50S. 318, much less voltage drop, and temperature 58.4 versus 66.1. Crazy. Obviously the P45B and the P50B did better, as they should. But this is amazing. Even at 40 amps, it tied the P42A and did better than the 50S. Just nuts. 23 seconds. Focus, I'm trying to focus. Okay, here we go, 5 minutes. 363, 39.7. 363, 39.7. Okay, so here's the result of mixed load test. It didn't do quite as good as I expected. No, it didn't do bad, but I kind of thought it would be better even. About the same as a 40T. Temperatures, also these were the same, so good comparison. After 1 minute, 40T was 385, this was 383. 2 minutes, 381, 379, so a little worse. 3 minutes, 376, 374, a little worse. 4 minutes, 370, 368, it was just at 369, but counted 368. And at the end, 40T was 363, and the Lishen was also 363. Temperature, almost identical. Okay, it's nighttime. This has been running many hours straight. Just finished the last capacity test on the last Lishen, 3582 13.2. So this brings up a point, and I guess it's kind of the only negative that I've seen so far on the Lishen. Everything has been, as you've seen, I've been super positive and super positively surprised about it. But this is surprising, not in a good way, and a little weird actually. Look at our capacities. I've got them together with a 40T because they're both on the same page. They're both 4,000 milliamp, right? Both 4000 milliamp rated. Well, look at where the 40Ts were measuring. 3945, 3958. That one was lower. 3954, 3841, 3958, 3956. 4000 milliamp cell. And look at the Lishens. What they, all 5 of them measured at. And I got the Tenpower here also. So 3621, 3591, 3649, 3806. That was kind of the anomaly. That's Tenpower. 3582. So they're all like in the 3600 range, except for that one, 38. When the Samsungs are 38, 39. So I don't know how to explain it. I mean, they're both rated at 4000. I both measured these the same exact way, which is down to 2.80. You can actually, one second, you'll see it on the machine here. If it ever would focus, see there's the voltage cutoff, 2.8. So yeah, that's kind of a negative. I mean, I don't know what to say. I could measure these both down to 2.5, but I'm sure the relative differences are going to stay there. You know, if it was just one, I would say it's a fluke, but they're all pretty consistent, except for that one. Well, yeah, no, there's a little variation actually. Anyway, it is what it is. That's what they measured. I'd say on average, the capacity is measuring about 10% less than the 40T, which is, I'd say, significant. You know, maybe that's the one minus about these cells for being such a bargain and doing so good about power and so good about temperature, that the one area they're compromised a little is in capacity. But again, I don't know why they would be rated 4000 and testing so differently. But these are the results. Leave in the comments if you have 2170s that you got Lishen that you got directly from the manufacturer Alibaba, and you measured them down to 2.8. What results you got? But these are the results. These are the results I got, and they're definitely less. Okay, first test with a Tenpower INR 21700-40TG. As I read, this is a Chinese copy designed to mimic the 40T, have similar performance. So let's see how it does. I only got one of these. Okay, so we just came, by the way, all my cells, all the tests I do, they're straight high off the charger, like less than 1-2 minutes off full charge, so everything is equal. 29.5. 375, which, by the way, is better than all the Lishens. Interesting, huh? A little bit better, even than the best Lishen. Let's see how it... 363, 34.1. Yeah. 348, 44.6. 348, 44.6. So pretty much tied with the best Lishen. Tenpower 30 amp. I really wish I had gotten a larger charger, because after every one of these tests I have to take the temperature probe off, let it cool down. 421, that's weird. Let it cool down, put it back on the charger for 45 minutes or an hour, put it back on, and redo everything. So 2.5 months I've been working on this test. 30.6. It's weird, it's showing 421. 420. Okay, 30 amps. 364. Let's see. Okay, 1 minute. 350, 37.8. 331, 54.8. Okay, how'd the Tenpower do at 30 amps compared to the Lishen? Voltage drop initial 364, actually equal with the best Lishen, so that's good. 350, equal to the best Lishen. 340, 331, actually better. A little bit better voltage drop than all the Lishen. Temp increase 24.2, 27, 21, oh remember 27, 27, 21, 21. Okay, Tenpower cell on the 55 mile an hour test. Starting temp 29.5. $3.99. Here we go. 355, 35.4. 355, 35.4. 355. Hold on. So to put that in perspective at 10 minutes, again, this is for the Tenpower. Here's what the Lishens did. 355, 4, 355, 2, 350. The 40T was 353. So this is kind of equal with the best of the Lishens. Better than the 40T, which is good. 357 are the two P42As, so pretty close to that. Okay, how the Tenpower did on mixed load. In general, very similar to the 40T, almost the same voltage drop, 363, and that and the Lishen identical. This ended up at 38.8, 40T was 39.8, this is 39.7. $355, 340, 43.0. And the day before, 329, 56.1. So better, definitely better than the 40T. 319, 68.1. Okay, so how'd we do? Initial voltage drop was 355. No, pretty much in line with the Lishen, similar. Ending voltage 319. 319, Lishen's at 316, 312, 317. 317, 18, so a little bit better than Lishen's, but temp went up quite a bit. Ending temp 68.1, that was plus 38. We're plus 33, 32, 35, 33, so actually heated up a little bit worse. Now let's compare that with the 40T. 40T ended up at 308 and 70 degrees. This was 319 and 68, so definitely better voltage drop. Compared with the P42A, that's here, it did 316 and 62.7. So this actually had less voltage drop, but higher temperature. 316 for the P42A, 50S was 314. So, I mean, in general, it's a really good performing cell. Finally, the Tenpower, the red one, also measured the capacity on that guy, and that did a little better. Actually quite a bit better, 3873, which is in the ballpark more of the 40T, so that's good. Okay, I have spent a lot of time on this. This is much harder than I expected. Trying to do a valid price comparison for you guys, and looking at for 3 different countries too. The prices in US from IMR and 18650 battery store, those are pretty straightforward. The EU prices, Europe, from Encon, those are pretty straightforward too, and converting those to my Ukraine prices is pretty easy. Where it gets much more difficult and complicated and some a little bit scammy feeling comes down to these last 4, and I'm kind of giving away a little preview here. Yes, the upcoming cells that I'll have in the near future test are these 2 tablets, the Ampace and the EVEs. Those are what I'm really excited about getting and comparing them to the results from what you just saw, everything here. But briefly, but those are in the future, but going over pricing for those now. Yeah, the Alibaba stuff is where it got really complicated, and I had some kind of strange interactions. I'll tell you about that. Try to make this as brief as possible. to go over by country or by cell. Let's go over by cell. Okay, so P50B at the current moment, the very second I'm recording this, which is early September 2024, P50B is sold out everywhere in the world. I got mine from Ali. 1860 battery store, IMR in US are both pre-order. Those are at $10. In Europe, Encon, and that's the main supplier I'm going to just be referring to for all the Europe. Those are 1395 euros, so that's 1537 in Ukraine. I have to explain here real quick why the Ukraine prices seem so low. All the prices I have here in Ukraine, coming from Encon at least, those are without any VAT. The reason is you can, the law may change, but at the current moment, or for the last few years, you can get a shipment under 150 euros with zero VAT. So they come in without VAT. However, anything that hits over 150 euros, you're subject to VAT, which is like 32, 33%. So most people end up shipping multiple packages under 150 euros. So that's a P50B situation now. I did find a seller, in a couple actually, but one that's selling individual cells in the UK for P50B, and I think those were like 13 GBP pounds. Okay, P45B in US, those are 625. EU Encon 495 euros, so that comes out to 545, and the price in Ukraine without VAT is 380 euros, so 419. Molicel P42As, US, IMR, and 18650, same price, 435. Pretty big difference there. In EU, price is 375 euros, 413, pretty similar. In Ukraine, it's 320 euros. And so you see what I was talking about here. See, my pricing where I'm at in Ukraine is a little bit different than what you guys are experiencing. See, like in US, you're talking about 50% more, going to the 42 to the 45. Without the VAT, I'm looking at only 320 to 380, a 0.60, less than €1 difference. So obviously, if you can get for these prices, it absolute no-brainer to buy the P45Bs. But in US, you can see the price difference, $2 there, and in EU Encon, you're going 413 to 545. That's still a pretty small difference, only a little over $1. So I would definitely go for that and get the P45B instead. Okay, 50S, US 485, EU 365 euros, 402, and in Ukraine 280 euros, 308. Let's compare that to the P45B in each country. 50S, definitely less than the 45B, a little more than the 42A. In EU, 50S, yep, about $1.50 less than the 45B, and a little bit less than the P42A. And then here, 280, 320 euros, almost the same price. 40T, which, like I said, as you saw from the results, it performed actually worse than the Lishen LR2170LA. So if that, whatever that cell actual price is, which I'll go over in a sec, the 40T should be equal or actually less than that. But as you can see, it's not. US, $425. It's crazy for the performance. Europe, $419, almost the same. And in Ukraine, $275 or 279 euros. So even that, almost the same price as a 50S, and only a little bit cheaper than P42A. And for one, look at this, for in Ukraine, P45B to 40T, only talking a €1 difference to go from this cell performance to basically the best mainstream cell. So obviously worth it here. What about in EU, the price difference? 419, about $1.25, and in US, to go from 40T, 426, about $2 price difference. And like I said, 50S to 45B, that's what, about $1.40 price difference. Okay, now where it gets really murky and complicated. If you remember, I put the screenshots earlier about the Lishen, saying what an amazing deal is, showing the Alibaba prices of $1.21 or $1.18 or $1.30. Well, for making this video, I actually contacted several of the sellers for the Lishen, for the Tenpower, and this is all Alibaba. I contacted the sellers on all these 4 Chinese cells. Long story short, well, the Lishen is $5.99 on IMR, which is just nuts. It's crazy. By the way, in Europe, Encon doesn't have it, so that's a no in Europe. IMR sold out, so basically you're looking at only Alibaba. AliExpress had one of them, the EV40PL. That's actually where I ordered my sample from. Anyway, long story short, What did I find out from sellers about the, by the way, this is the Lishen example, so I wrote it accidentally in Tenpower. What did I find out about the sellers? I'll put some screen grabs here from the sellers. First of all, I contacted who appears to be the main seller. That's the one I'll show here with the 121 price. They immediately told me that, well, are you interested in grade A or grade B cells? I'm like, well, what's the difference? What's the difference between grade A and grade B? I said, I'm testing Lishen cells here. They perform really great. Here's the serial numbers I have. Which ones do I have? And, you know, is the performance, the voltage drop and the temp increase and the capacity, is the performance the same or is it cosmetic? What's the difference? As of yet, as a filming this, I did not get a clear answer. So I can't tell you the difference between A and B grade. If I get the answer during editing of this before I publish this, which I'm trying to do very soon, I will make a note on here what the A or B grade is. But and so they said, well, here's the price. A B grade is 173. These are without shipping or VAT. B grade is 173. A grade is 245. I'm like, whoa, hang on a sec. Here's your product listing on Alibaba. Here's a screenshot of it where you're showing sales for like $1.18, $1.21, $1.30. I don't have it right here in front of me, but you know what I mean, that shot. I said, this is your product listing from this seller, who appears to be the biggest seller. And their reply was, oh, those sell, that one, the photo, that's fake. That's a copy. If you want real, it's going to be, you know, $1.73 for B grade and A grade $2.45 plus shipping. I'll go over shipping, C shipping in a second. So very strange. Okay, I'll get back to that in a sec. I talked to a second seller. I got a quote from, they didn't say anything about A, B, or fake, a quote of 210, but their listing also showed like $1.40. And I said 200 quantity, and it's not like their price was 210 for 200 and then $1.20 for 2,000. You know what I mean? It was right in there. So some very weird stuff going on with the Alibaba. These two cells and the sellers. I will, like I said, if during editing the last couple of days I'm working on this here, if I get more information, I'll put an update. But as of now, it's kind of the weirdest interaction I think I've ever had with an Alibaba supplier, where they said, no, the listing we have, that price you have, that's for a copy cell, even though we don't say that anywhere in the listing. If you want real, it's going to cost you, 50% more or double the price of the listing, which is, to me, is really effed up. That's great, because I got excited about the Lishen because, they're showing $1.20 or $1.30. I'm figuring that plus shipping is still a great deal. Which reminds me, let's talk about shipping first. So I got a few different prices from a few different sellers about shipping, just really briefly. I was asking about 200 or 400 quantity. All these are for sea shipping. Air is really prohibitively expensive. So 200 to US, $85. 400 to US, I got 59 and 85. I got those prices. 400 to US, 102 and 142. And then to Poland, C prices again, I got 296 and 400, $144. So I calculated that per cell based on 200 and added that here. So for example, from this seller that said the 121 is fake, what their advertisement is, they're advertising a fake cell and fake cell price. That works out to 173 plus 36, 209 per cell shipped to US for 200 quantity for B grade, whatever that means. A grade, 281 per cell. Quite a big difference from 121 that I saw in Alibaba to 281. I mean, it's still a good cell, and that's actually still cheaper a lot than the 40T, which is outperformed. So, I mean, realistically, 209, 281 is still a great value compared to what the 40T costs in US, but I don't know what the deal is about them saying that the price you see is for a copy cell. Very strange. So if I get more information on that, I'll put a note on the screen here. EU, basically obviously the same thing, same Alibaba supplier, just the shipping was a little more. I think it worked out to 48 cents per cell, plus coming to EU you have to add 21% VAT. Anyway, you can just take those prices that they gave, that I listed there, you add 21% and plus a 48 cent shipping, and that gives you, obviously, you're paying more in EU because of the VAT and Ukraine. Okay, just a quick update here. I'm finishing editing now, and I have some more information from the Alibaba sellers about pricing. First, about this A-B grading of the Lishen. Talked to a bunch of different sellers, and a couple kind of clarified it. They said that both A and B grade for those Lishens
They both meet the Lishen spec that's on their spec sheet, that's on the PDF. In other words, the specifications about capacity, maximum amps, all that stuff. They both meet that spec. They said that on the B grade, it may have a little more variation in internal resistance, maybe a little bit higher, maybe some cosmetic flaws, but as far as performance, they should both be up to spec. So I guess the only way to check for sure is to, get both and test them. Then finally, about the last two cells, the tablets that I'll be testing in the future, I did find through a lot of research, I found some different Alibaba sellers that can source both of these tablet cells. And what's really interesting is buying them in quantity, the price gets much lower. Both of them I was able to get quotes for under $4 shipped to US or Europe in quantities of 200 or 400. So that's really interesting, because it means that both of these tablets, and I'll go over this more in the review of them, but both of the tablets not only are much cheaper than the Molicel P50B, but they're actually price competitive with a P45B, and even looks like they'll be less expensive. So that's really interesting, because they can do 40 amps continuous, 140 amp peak, really crazy power numbers, and the fact that they're not $9 or $12, that you can actually get them for less than $4, that makes it really exciting. So looking forward to doing that test in the future. Those are the test results. Now I'm going to go over just a brief pro and con of each cell. So what I think the best points and the weakest points are of each cell. So here you go. One thing I need to add here in talking about the pros and cons, I am going to show you here for each cell, doing the pros and cons, the Batemo cell model that is made for each cell. If you guys haven't seen that, check it out. It's a really good additional source of information on cells. Mooch's testing is one. My test here is another. Batemo is also really good. Briefly, what that company does is they take cells, test them, run all the different tests with professional scientific equipment, unlike what I've done here. And then they create a digital model of that cell's performance. So how it's going to respond in any condition, under different loads, temperatures, just how it's going to perform. Okay, so brief pros and cons of the P50B. I'm reading this along, watching this along with you as you're watching the video. I'll just go over these really briefly. So everything's kind of self-evident from the video, but the obvious pro of the P50B is right now for a high capacity cell, it has the best performance in voltage drop and temperature increase. For a 5,000 milliamp cell, it's at the top for power level. Second, obviously Molicel has a great reputation for quality and longevity and cycle life, so that's always a big plus for that brand. And it has the highest peak amp rating of 60 amps for a non-tabless cell. Tabless cells can go into much higher amp ratings, but this is the highest right now for a non-tabless cell. Cons of the P50B, well, obviously the main one is the ridiculously high price. At least as of now in autumn 2024, it's crazy for $12, $13, $14, $15. Also, the other big con for me was that the testing I did, as you saw, the performance for voltage drop and temp increase didn't really better the P45B at all. It was basically identical. So, and obviously it's much more expensive. So those are the pros and cons. Now let's go over the Batemo information, because they have some very interesting information, and it'll become more interesting when we compare it with the 45B. The weight there, that goes 69.9. That's along with what I got. They show 4.97. Probably tested it down to to 2.5 volts. Real interesting to check on the Batemo is their current ratings with their continuous and peak ratings. Pay attention to that, and the energy, the maximum watts output and watt hours, continuous and peak watts output, and the energy density per liter. So on the P50B, as you can see, they rated 25 continuous, 39.3 peak. Okay, compare that to what we'll see in the P45B here in a second. And the peak power
136 watts. Compare that to what we'll see in a second for the P45B. And then energy density is a real interesting one. The Samsung 50S really tops out that energy density. That's how much watt hours capacity you can stuff into a small size per, into a liter. So this has 722 watt hours per liter. Okay, next, let's quickly go over the pros and cons of the P45B. As you saw from the testing, I was really impressed with it. Just overall, very, very impressive cell. Pros, this is, again, all my opinion. You can leave below what your opinions are. Pros to me, great performance. The voltage drop and temp increase performance is absolutely at the level of the best for all non-tabless cells. It basically matched the P50B in performance for voltage drop and temperature increase, so equal to the current state of the art, which is great. It has a great combination of high power and high capacity. It's not the highest capacity, but it has a great combination of both of those things. Like I said on the other one, Molicel has a great reputation for quality and longevity. It does not have the highest peak amp rating for a non-tablet cell, but it's close to it at 50 amps, so I'll update that. Now, the P45B has had a big recent price drop, as I mentioned, I think because of the 50 coming out, so they are now, at least from Encon, about half the price that they were in December of 2023, so big price drop. And with that price drop, it really, in my opinion, makes them the best price performance, the best choice of any high power cell on the market. Definitely the best combination price performance. Cons, I had a really hard time thinking of any cons. I guess basically you could say that it's 4,500 milliamps, so it doesn't match the highest capacity cells out there. Okay, let's go to the Betamo model, because this, to me, super interesting, especially when you compare it with the 50B. So looking at the specs here, you've got the weight that matches what I had. Capacity 450, they show 445 down to 2.5 volts. What's really interesting to me, let's look at the power numbers and the current rating. So they rate it 22.9 continuous, 37.6 peak. Compare that to the P50B. Look at that. Look at the difference in the peak rating. Look at the difference in the continuous. Not much difference at all, is it? Not much really at all. 130 watts maximum power. Not much difference at all from the P50B. And then this, like I said, this is a company that tests the cells extensively. So that to me is really interesting. Now the second clip I have here from the Betamo page, it does cut off at the top, but basically what this is a left and right comparison of the 50B and the 45B. You've got the P50B on the left column and the 45B on the right. The 50 is the 0.699 kilograms. So the 50, 5 amp hours, the 45, 4.5 amp hours, and it shows the watt hours there. But let's scroll down a little bit here. Look at the amps. Look at the continuous amps that they show output. They're rating the 50B at 25 amps continuous and the 45 22.87, almost 23. So basically 23 amp and 25 is their their continuous amp rating that they give the cell. Energy density 722 watt hours per liter, 668. So obviously the 50 has more capacity, more energy density, and what else? Watt hours per kilogram is also higher. But to me, the really interesting thing that stood out here is their continuous rating, and it jibes with what my tests were, showing that the voltage drop curve and the temp curves are very similar for those two cells. Okay, let's go over the P42A next. Pros, as you saw from all my testing, it's still a very good performer. The cell has great performance in voltage drop and temp increase. In general, it was only testing about 10% worse in both of those than the P45B, so still a really good performing high power cell, especially voltage drop is not bad at all. Its capacity is 4,200 milliamp hours, which still beats the economy level cells like the 40T and the Lishen, so it has more capacity than those. In the past, it was a real bargain because it used to be for a long time about half the price of the P45B. And again, the Molicel reputation for quality and longevity. But the cons, it's kind of a big con now, is that now that the
P45B has had a big price drop. The P42A isn't much cheaper. As you saw in the price comparison, it's like between €1 in some places to $1.50 in other places, cheaper than the P45B. So it's not really a big savings. If you're talking about 200 cells, it's only $200 or $300 or €200 or €300 more to get the P45B. And in my opinion, the performance increase of the 45B is definitely worth paying just that little bit extra. If the 42 was still half the price of the 45B, then in my opinion it would be super competitive. But now the price difference isn't that great between that and the 45B. And the Batemo cell model on the P42A. So taking a look at this, you can see the weight of it that we measured, capacity, they measured, interestingly, 3.82, so they measured quite a bit less than the rated capacity also. Interesting, look at the continuous and peak current ratings and compare that to the 45B and even the 50B. The 21 continuous isn't that far off. Like I said, it's not a huge decrease from the 45B. So the continuous to 21.5 and the peak of 32.1 still really good and not that far off. And the max power 110 watts, and I think we were at what, 130 for the 45B, which is a decent, obviously decent increase, but and I think the 50B was only showing 138 watts. Energy density is quite a bit less at 570 watts per liter. So yeah, I mean it's notably lower, lower specifications than the 45B. But if the price was a lot lower, it's still a very good cell. Okay, now it's time to get to probably the most controversial and most overhyped cell in the entire E-Moto and Surron marketplace. I don't know about in other markets like Razor and electric motorcycles, but I think there's been more discussion, more argument, more words typed, more screaming between enthusiasts about the 50S than any other cell. So let me give you my opinion on it as briefly as possible. I was actually pleasantly surprised by it. Pros of the 50S, like I said in a lot of the testing. First of all, it's got the highest capacity of anything in this category at 5,000 milliamp hours, so huge capacity. It's got the highest energy density by volume of any cell, meaning you can stuff the most watt hours, the most range into the smallest package of any cell. So if you're looking for huge capacity and huge range in a small box and in like a battery, you want a Surron battery that's only stock height and not too high, 50S is a great choice for that. Also, like I said, I was really surprised in a lot of the tests, especially the low mid power test, like the mixed load test that you saw and the 55 mile an hour steady for 10 minutes test. The 50S performed great in those, absolutely great. And what I think it shows really well is that it can handle short bursts of heavy load, of high power, like those 23-25 amp bursts, which is a way I think realistically a lot of us ride in real life. So it can handle those short bursts and then longer times of lower load without voltage sagging too much and without getting too hot. So for that kind of real world type of riding, it did really well. So like I said, within its limits, like I described, it performs really well. Now, but we have to get to the cons. First of all, it is not a high power cell. The Samsung's claim of 2545 is absolutely, as I've said before, ridiculous. It's false advertising, it's deceptive marketing. It is absolutely not a 25 continuous 45 amp cell. It overheats like crazy at those levels. And like I say here, it overheats and has huge voltage drop at higher loads of 25 amps and higher. The next con is this cell, more than any other I've seen, has been misadvertised by manufacturers, battery pack and bike manufacturers, and deceptively marketed by many manufacturers too as a high power cell. Maybe they were just naive and taking at face value what Samsung said and then passing that along because it looked good to say it's a 2545 cell. But you've got the information now, manufacturers. And they knew this I'm sure before I did it, but it's been mismarketed a lot. Next con, the price is not that much lower than the P45B now that the 45B has come down, depending on where you're looking at it from.
from. And if I was looking for a high power cell, you know, for having a 25 kilowatt E-Moto Surron build, the P45B is definitely still the better choice for high power, because as you saw, the voltage drop much better, the temperature increase much less. So for high power, the P45B is better. Now let's look at the Batemo model, because to me this is really interesting. Let's look at capacity. They measured it at 504, actually a little more than the you know, listed thing. And also I measured it. I think it has the highest measured capacity of all the cells I looked at too. It's also heavier than the other cells, which is interesting. Interesting looking at the current too and the power. Let's talk about power first. They list a peak power of 101 watts, and if I remember correctly, because I'm just going off memory, the P42A was 110 and the 45B was 130 and the 50B was 138. So you definitely less power, like we said. But look at the amp rating that they give it. They give it a continuous 16.9 and a peak 29.2. And to be honest, I was thinking actually about this lying in bed, thinking, what am I going to say about my opinion? What's the real, you know, after all this testing, after all my experience and knowledge now of the 50S, what's my real estimate that my opinion is of continuous and, you know, peak power for the 50S? What's realistic that it can perform, you know, without going past its abilities, without overheating? And I was going to say 15 and 30, 15 continuous and 30 peak, because if you look at my mixed load, that was 23 peak and 12 continuous, and it handled that just like a champ, you know, with very little voltage drop and not a lot of temp increase. So pushing that a little further, I was going to say 15 and 30, and here you see the Batemo model, they gave it a continuous 69 and a peak of 29.2. So I think if you're designing your pack, your build for 15 and 30, and you can calculate that, you know, based on, we already know the formula, if you're within those limits, 50S is still a good choice. Okay, now let's talk about the cell that I thought was my baby before, that I put in 2 battery packs of bikes that I have to say I love and they perform great. But my opinion on the cell has changed dramatically now after doing all these tests. Unfortunately, it's kind of sad. The Samsung 40T. So pros and cons, and then the Batemo info. Pros, I had a little bit of a hard time actually coming up with pros for the 40T now that we've seen the competition and performance. One pro is it's still a high power cell. It can still do 35 amps, and you know, there's not a lot of cells. Out of all the cells, there's not a lot that can really do, you know, high power like this. So it is still one of the not many high power cells on the market, and it is still suitable for high power builds. I mean, my Surron has great power with the 40Ts in it. In the past, it was one of the lower price cells in the, you know, say a year ago, year and a half, compared to the other high power cells. It was pretty low, and obviously it has a Samsung brand name and Samsung quality, just like the 50S, known as a high quality cell. I've never had any problems. I've never had a bad cell. I've purchased literally over 1,000 of Samsung cells for all my builds, and I've never had one go bad. I've never had any problems. They've all come, you know, matched within 0.001 volt. So the quality of Samsung are great. Now the cons, there's a lot of them. First of all, at this point in time in 2024, the 40T is now a 7-year-old design. That's like an eternity in battery development terms. You know, it came out in late 2017, so it's an old design. When it first came out, the performance was good, but now, compared to the competition, its performance is really quite poor, as you saw. It had very bad, the worst voltage drop and temp increase characteristics, so just not good performance. And you saw from the pricing at, you know, $4, $4.50 or whatever it is, the price now is way too high for the performance, way too high. Capacity is at the low end of 4,000 milliamp hours, and the main thing now, as I've shown, is that other cells, mainly Chinese competitors like Lishen and Tenpower, they can now provide equal or even better performance in the 40T for much cheaper, like half or even a third of the price. So unfortunately, unless the 40T comes down to the price to match the Lishens, I can't recommend it at all.
Okay, now this one surprised me very much, surprised me in a good way. The Lishen LR2170LA. As you saw from my test, I was just going wow, wow, wow. Very surprised at the performance. It really kind of amazed me for the price of this cell. Okay, let's go over pros and cons. Pros, as you saw in the test, great performance, voltage drop, temperature performance, fantastic. I mean, for the money especially, very good high power cell. Better in general, better voltage drop and temp performance than the Samsung 40T, and in many of the tests it performed nearly as good as a P42A, like even equal to it in some of the tests. So considering what the price of the cell is, the voltage drop and temp performance were just really fantastic. Next point, like I said, for the performance, incredibly low price. Even if they end up being $2.70 instead of $1.50 like I was hoping, still really great performance for the money. And this cell is an awesome choice for building a high power battery pack on a budget. Amherst uses these cells and their budget packs, and now I see why. It's a great choice, and for the money, you can't go wrong. They perform fantastic. But there are, it's not all pros. There are some cons. The main one I saw was that the capacity I measured, and it was a bunch of samples. I had 5 different samples. It measured much less than the advertised 4,000. Well, even less than competitors, which are other 4,000 cells like the 40T. So that was kind of weird. The other con is, to me, the quality and reliability and longevity of this cell and this brand are unknown and not proven so much. What the cycle life is going to be. Quality is not proven like Molicel and Samsung are. And the last thing, which I just noticed today doing my pricing checking, is there was some Alibaba weirdness about prices being different than advertised, about A grade, B grade cells, about Alibaba places selling copy cells. So you can't just buy it online at a low price, like from 18650 battery store from a low price, and know that everything is gonna be hunky-dory. You got to kind of go through the Alibaba stuff, which I ran into, as you saw, some weirdness with it. So those are the cons. But in general, this cell surprised me the most out of all the cells in the test in a positive way. It's really great. If I was to be building a pack on a budget now, a high power pack, no question I would use these cells 100%. If I was building a high power pack on not a strict budget, I would definitely choose a P45B. Okay, and let's look really briefly at the Batimo model for the Lishen cell. Very interesting to me. Let's look first at power, the current and the power ratings. They give it a 21.8 continuous and 34.3 max, which I think is really accurate. And if you notice, compare that to the Samsung 40T, very similar to the rating to the 40T, which is exactly what my test showed. Very similar performance, even a little bit better. 64.8 grams, 115 watts. I think that puts it just a little bit behind what they rated the 40T at, so very similar there. Interestingly, they show a measured capacity of 3.84 amp hours, where my my capacity I showed quite a bit less. The one area that I didn't mention in the text earlier, that the Lishen is really weakened, besides capacity is low, and because capacity is low, that means that the energy density is very low. How many watt hours you can stuff, into a certain size battery box. It's not very good. If you compare, for example, I don't have here in front of me, but look at the energy density number for the 50S versus for this cell, for the Lishen, and the 50S, you can get many more watt hours into the same size battery box than you can by using these cells. So that's probably one of the weakest aspects of this cell, is the capacity is lower and the energy density is less. You can get less watt hours into the same size battery case. Okay, and finally, the Tenpower 40TG, the last battery I just got at the last minute to test here. So, performed quite well, also for the money. Pros and cons. Pros, it has really similar performance to the Samsung 40T. As you saw, it's basically equals the 40T, just like the Lishen does, at a much lower price. So that's a great thing. The performance and the test results were really competitive with the Lishen, almost equaling it in most things. The capacity on the cell that I had even exceeded the capacity of all the Lishen cells I had, which is interesting. So the capacity tested good and much closer to the Samsung 40T. This is also, by the performance, a really good choice of a cell for building, a budget high power
battery pack. So performance was really good, but I would say the cons in this are, for me, the quality and reliability of this brand are a big question mark. I haven't heard any long-term tests or information feedback from users on how it does after 1,000 charge cycles. It doesn't have such wide use and such wide user feedback like the Lishen does. I've read a lot of reviews and talked to a lot of people that have bought amperage packs with the Lishen cells, and they have universally talked positive about them and said that they perform great, have had no problems, no reliability issues, and great performance. So I've heard really great feedback from the Lishen cell packs, battery packs built with these Lishen cells that I reviewed, but I've not seen or heard any feedback about the Tenpower cells. So it's more of a question mark about the quality and longevity. Oh, and by the way, there's no Badamo cell model for the Tenpower that I could find, so that's it. If you've watched through the whole video so far, I just wanted to thank you for bearing with me through such a long video. I hope you got something useful out of it. I just wanted to add something on a personal note here. All these videos that I've made, all the how-to videos, the Surron video, the battery build video, the CYC X1 build video, and of course this video, I haven't done them for profit, not at all. I've done them to help the community here and the hobbyist community for these vehicles and these Surrons and E-Motos and e-bikes. I just wanted to make videos that when I was in the building process, I thought would have been really helpful to me, really helpful information. So I've done them to help the community. I haven't made a penny on any of the videos that I've made, that I've produced on YouTube. There hasn't been any profit from it. Each video that I've done here has taken me about 3 months to make. As I mentioned, this one I spent almost 3 months on and over a couple hundred hours. And hopefully you can see from the results that I put a lot of time and effort to try to really give a lot of helpful information and make things that are accurate and factual and helpful. So I just wanted to say and ask you, if you get something of use from my videos, if they help you in some way, I'd be super grateful if you supported my work here. The easiest way obviously to do that is just to like the video and subscribe to my channel. I have a really modest goal of hitting 1,000 subscribers. I hope I can do that soon. But also I've started a Patreon account and I'll put links to this below in the description, where if you want to just throw a couple dollars in my Patreon to as a thank you for the work I've done, I'd really appreciate it. And I've also opened a Buy Me a Coffee account. The same thing, you can just throw a couple bucks there if you want to support my work. And just one last thing, again on a personal note, I wanted to mention, you can probably tell from the videos, well, my accent, I'm American obviously, but as I mentioned a few times, I live in Ukraine and have lived here for quite a while, mainly in Ukraine, but also in the US. But for the past 2.5 years, I've been unable to live in my home and my home city since the invasion. Where I live is close to the front lines, and the Russians are still bombing and attacking the city and the area almost every day. People are suffering. I don't think I can use other words, but it's not safe to live there. When the invasion happened in February of 2022, I was about 80% done building my dream home in my city there. I had sold my house in the U.S. and had spent nearly 3 years building my house there and put most of my life savings into it. So when the invasion happened, myself and my extended family all had to leave the city. Well, we did about a month after because it wasn't safe to live there. So for 2.5 years, I haven't been able to live at home. I haven't been able to live in my home that I was working on for 3 years and put my life savings into, and I'm having to throw away thousands of dollars each month on rent for myself and my relatives to live away, in a safe place that's away from home. So we're all internally displaced persons, IDPs, and I help support them. So I just wanted to mention that, not to give a bummer or a sob story or anything like that, but I just want to mention here. So if you get something out of the videos, if they help you, if you wanted to do something to support it, I just want to say thank you. I really appreciate it, and I hope to make more interesting, useful content and how-to stuff videos in the future.
So, what's the conclusion of this ridiculously long video that I spent 2.5 months working on and over a week editing it so far? Well, I was going to make a really extravagant and detailed conclusion with a breakdown of cells by price group and my ranking within price group and a comparison of each cell of the P50 versus the 42 and 45 versus the 42. And anyway, I was going to go into all that, but you know, you've been through long enough video, I've been through long enough, no need for a long conclusion. Here's the short version, the bottom line. The Molicel P50B, as you saw, was a big disappointment. I had really high expectations for it. It did not live up to them, but as I learned, my expectations were too high, and it's really just an incremental improvement over the 45. But the Molicel P45B, that was the sweetheart. That cell performed great, absolutely loved it, and it is by far the best price performance, the best choice for a high power pack build as of now, the current date. Samsung 50S, I went in with kind of negative expectations, but as you saw, it surprised me in a positive way. It performed really, really well within its limits. Just don't hit it with too many amps and too much load. The Samsung 40T, which I have in several of my builds and was kind of my sweetheart before, well, as you saw, that was a huge disappointment. The biggest surprise of the whole test was by far the Lishen LR2170LAs. Those performed awesome, just fantastic, as you saw, and just absolutely astounding performance for the money, so highly recommend those. In general, there are many new exciting developments in batteries now happening, new cells coming on the market almost, it seems like, on a monthly basis, and there's new tablet cells coming which I'm going to test and compare to these, so that's a super exciting time for battery development, that's for sure. One good thing, hopefully you gleaned from this long video, was you got a lot of information, a lot of useful information about how these batteries really work. And now you can not let manufacturers fool you with specsmanship or inflated specifications. Now you know the real deal about cell performance. So I hope this helped you with that. And last but not least, voltage drop. Never forget voltage drop. Never. Oh, and one last thing. Yeah, the P50B was a big disappointment, but you gotta admit, in the Sperling, it's pretty effing cool.